Hi. Was läuft? Was geht? Wie steht's? Alle da? Alle gut durch den Tag gekommen? Ja, jeder knuffig wie eh und je. Kann mich soweit gut hören? Willkommen in Fontaine, sage ich dazu nur. Wir sind in Fontaine, wir machen die Story. Immer noch ziemlich, dass ich niemanden Gedanken lesen kann, da ich jetzt schon mal den Aida hier habe. Skandalös. In dem Sinne, Hallöchen Sie, Hallöchen Milena, Hallöchen Mina, Hallöchen Treffer und willkommen unter den Drachen. Hallöchen Hijack. Wen haben wir noch? Habe ich jemanden vergessen? Milena habe ich, Hijack habe ich, Sie habe ich, Sophie habe ich. Ich glaube, ich habe alle. Passt. Habe ich jemanden vergessen? Kann man mich hören? Hallöchen LE, Hallöchen I Love DDT. Hi. Willkommen alle im Stream. Da schaukelt wieder jemand. Kann man mich soweit hören? Skandalös. Also, wo müssen wir überhaupt hin, wenn wir mit der Quest weiterlegen wollen? Das hier. Das heißt, wir müssen zu Aufgaben, wie so sagt, erstmal mehr Spiele ausmachen, bevor irgendwelche Genies glauben, sie müssten hier anfragen. Also ich habe Muffins. Also ich habe noch einen Muffin. Mehr Spiele, Aufträge. Rampenlicht. Dahin müssen wir. Nee, sie hat gefragt, wer Kekse will, denn sie will auch welche. Hallöchen, Miss Evoli. Immer doch. Ganz viel Kuchen. Ein Wunschbrunnen. Oh, diese Münze hole ich raus. So, alle bereit? Können wir loslegen? Gibt's Fragen? Ja, Ausnahmen passieren immer wieder. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Das sieht soweit ganz gut aus. Überall gibt's, tut mein Mikro ausschlagen. Gerade wurde Nacht. Schlagartig. Gesehen? Oh, es geht direkt los.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I see. Habe ich einen Fake? Mir geht's ganz gut und selbst. Aber kann man das Spiel soweit ganz gut hören? Kann man mich hier hören in der Relation? Ich habe ein paar Gedanken, aber gehen wir die Dinge Schritt für Schritt an.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lyney and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands.
Geht? Geht hört sich nicht so gut an. Geht hört sich eigentlich ziemlich schlecht an. Geht heißt so, nee, ziemlich Katastrophe. Oh. Hier kann ich draufdrücken. Also, was sagen die anderen? Du bist müde und hast Kopfweh. Eieiei. Fühl dich geknallt.
Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Bis später.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Wir haben doch erst gestern GTA gespielt und vorgestern. Das wäre doch viel zu viel GTA. Vielleicht mache ich später dann noch mal GTA ein. Und Mina, denk an die eine komische Mission, wo man was abliefern muss. Die gibt am meisten 150.000.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed. Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
Aha. Und warum? Weil da jemand ein gewisser Arkon ein wenig übertrieben hat mit ihrem kleinen Drama. Müssen wir das andere erst auslöffeln. Also hör auf, so großkotzerisch zu machen. Madame.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Muss ich da gleich ein bisschen Verstand einbläuen wie Raiden damals?
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Die will Stress, oder? Die will Stress. Warte nur, bald wirst du es verstehen.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session.
Wo kommen die ganzen Leute her?
Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Lyney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Lyney enthüllt prägnant und in aller Detaillichkeit die Tricks der Zauberei.
Thank you, Mr. Lyney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lyney is clearly lying.
Aha.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
Wie sollte er sonst in die Box kommen,
That is simply
Klugscheißer?
your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all?
Honey,
Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
das war auch irgendwie meine erste Eingebung. Ich warte darauf, dass ich Objection brüllen kann.
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Objection!
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Wie konnte Lyney den Knall nicht gehört haben?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box and I definitely heard the thud.
Oh,
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
sie repräsentieren vermutlich die Haltung der Oratrice.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Mann, ist die Kollegin unsympathisch.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Was? Du und Lynette seid ihr nicht tatsächlich aus dem Haus des Kamins? Soll das eine große Revealing sein? Wieso dramatische Musik? Ich weiß nicht, was das Haus der Kamins ist.
House of the Hearth?
Die beiden sind Fatui? Oh, okay.
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
Hallöchen, Magnus.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
Was geht hier ab?
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
What? Kapiert ihr das? What? Das hat sie, die weiß, dass wir ein Problem mit den Fatui haben. Deswegen hat sie das Ach du Schande, ist das eine fiese nee, das darf ich nicht sagen.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Puh, ist die böse.
Hey, Lyney, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lyney und Lynette sind Fatui. Das hat sie nicht gesagt.
Order! Order! Mr. Lyney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Ein Zauberer ist auf jeden Fall in der Lage, andere hinters Licht zu führen. Angesichts der Art und Weise, wie Lyney seine Identität verborgen hat, könnte dies alles im Voraus engagiert worden sein. Außerdem ist der Graf zusammen mit anderen Mitarbeitern des Hauses des Kamins hier in Fontaine. Seit wann heißt das Haus des Kamins? Warte mal. Das ist kein japanisches Kamin. Ist es wirklich ein Kamin? Wie ein Kamin wie mit Schornstein und so? Was Feuerstelle? Wann sind die Fatui Kamine? Alle in Blocks. Die müssten irgendwas geplant haben. Wurde schon früher von den Fatui getäuscht und jetzt? Oh.
Please answer my question, Mr. Lyney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Was mit,
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Herr Richter, darf ich etwas sagen?
Granted.
Mein Mandant hat eine wichtige Information zurückgehalten. Meine Verteidigung kann nicht fortgesetzt werden. Okay.
In that case, what is your request?
Ich bitte um eine kurze Vertagung. Es gibt Dinge, die wir besprechen müssen.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
Nicht mehr ansatzweise.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Lyney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
Er hat mich nicht angelogen. Er hat mir nur was nicht gesagt, was total irrelevant für den Fall ist.
In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Kann ich nicht direkt gegen sie kämpfen und ihr... Oh, anstrengend. Die Göre ist anstrengend. Die Göre ist... Wer findet diese Göre noch anstrengend? Während die Verhandlung vertagt wird, trefft ihr euch mit Lyney und vor allem vertagt. Wir sind in einer Stunde zurück. Und, Kollege, wir brauchen eine Erklärung.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro-Archon would dig all that up.
Moment mal. Sind sie nur Fatui? Sind sie nur aus, nicht Sri Lanka? Wie heißt das Land nochmal? Ne, naja, Hilfe. Sri Lanka. Seid ihr nicht aus Sri Lanka? Ah, schön. Auch eine Möglichkeit. So. Die Frage ist, sind sie jetzt auch Schneier? Sind sie Fatui? Oder ist er vielleicht sogar einer der Harbinger? Wie heißen die Harbingers nochmal? Die Elf?
I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two.
Und Hijack, Schule ist zwar unnötig, aber trotzdem solltest du quasi nicht ChatGPT dazu verwenden.
We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
Noch nicht, ist nicht raus, ob sie Bad Guys sind. Wir wissen noch nichts über sie. Wir kennen ja auch gute Fatui? Ich bin gerade verwirrt.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Oder hat die Fatui durchgehend quasi den Ruf, eine kriminelle Organisation zu sein? Warum schmeißen die Leute sie da nicht raus?
I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
Und zu welchem Harbinger gehört ihr?
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
Man könnte argumentieren, die wollten auch nur den Menschen helfen, als sie Dwarlen platt machen wollten. Von dem her, ich bin nicht wirklich überzeugt.
I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Was sagt uns, dass dies nicht nur eine weitere Lüge ist?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Oh. Ich bin kein Kriminal. Okay.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Dann erklärt mir zunächst etwas anderes. Wo warst du, als der Zauber vorgeführt wurde?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Und was hast du herausgefunden?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
Ja, das hat sich jetzt quasi geändert.
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Warum wollt ihr herausfinden, wie die Oratrice funktionieren?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
Das ist die Archon-Quest. Quasi neue Fontaine-Quest.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
Nur so können wir herausfinden, wie wir alle retten können.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Erstmal müssen wir ihn fragen, was er mit Child zusammenhängt. Ob das nur ein Zufall ist oder ob die zwei zusammenarbeiten.
Well, Traveler, you decide.
Ich will erstmal die
I'm
Child
gonna follow
fragen.
your lead however you choose.
Child. Ich glaube an Fakten. Wenn du nicht der Täter bist, werde ich dir weiterhin verteidigen. Wenn du das Verbrechen begangen hast, werde ich dich eine Verurteilung erwarten.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Tatsächlich haben wir bereits die entscheidenden Beweise in unseren Händen.
Huh?
Die Tagung ist fast vorbei. Lasst uns zurückgehen.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Nee, okay. Bla bla bla. Aber das dürfen wir ja nicht sagen. Das würde ja ihm ziemlich noch mehr in die Problematik reinschmeißen. Okay. Aua, wieso habe ich jetzt gebombt? Schnief. Und wo bin ich hier überhaupt? Oh, geil aus. Die Vertagung ist vorbei und der spannende Prozess wird wieder aufgenommen.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Lyney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Lyney's perspective.
Das ist sowas von Ace Attorney. Ermittle anhand der Schilderung der Ereignisse der Gegenseite, welche Aspekte ihrer Aussage nicht stichhaltig sind. Aha. Anhand der Beweise und Hinweise, die im Laufe der Untersuchung des Falls gewonnen wurden, können die unhaltbaren Aspekte und Falls widerlegt und durch neue Schlussfolgerungen ersetzt werden. Wenn du das Publikum mit deinen Gegenargumenten überzeugst, kannst du das mehr Unterstützung für das eigene Standpunkt früheren. Die Oratrice wird diese Veränderung deutlich machen. Sobald alle unhaltbaren Aspekte identifiziert und widerlegt sind, wird der Widerlegungskreis abgeschlossen und die Wahrheit offenbart. Und sowas von Ace Attorney.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Lyney red-handed. So Lyney proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Lyney passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Oh, wo sollen wir da
The
anfangen?
key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Lyney experienced and what he saw.
Oh, Hilfe, jetzt so ein Minigame. Nach Widersprüchen suchen, gut. Hier. Er hat doch den Lyney betrogen. Nein. Muss ich das nicht nehmen? Ich habe hier 5 Sachen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Das heißt, ich muss alles nehmen, oder? Okay. Von mir aus.
Seems this won't produce a
Okay. Während der Zuwachs verließ niemand hier die Japanerhaus. Lyney gibt an, bissige Stimme in der Auto. Nein. Ein dumpfes Geräusch zu... Hä? Ja, schön. Was dann? Was soll denn da das... Ja? Okay, gut. Das habe ich zu erwartet, dass man... Das ist ja wirklich passiert. Kapiert ihr, wie das Ding funktioniert? Also, Lyney hat Halsey angegriffen. Der laute Knall wurde durch den Kampf zwischen Lyney und Halsey verursacht. Lyney behauptet allerdings nichts gehört zu haben, um die Wahrheit zu verbergen. Kann ich das widerlegen? Nein. Lyney gibt an, eine mysteriöse Stimme. Nein. Kleidung vermisste Halsey wurde aus einem unbekannten Grund im Tunnel zurückgelassen. Nein. Nee, das ergibt auch keinen Sinn. Hier, Lyney hat Halsey entführt. Sieht so aus. Okay, da können wir jetzt wieder, dass niemand das Ding verlassen hat. Auch nicht. Können wir hier irgendwas widerlegen? Hölchenkiller hoch. Also, Lyney, der dabei war, den Verbrechen zu begehen, wurde zufällig von Cole überrascht. Mit einer Blumenniederlage, so kann es zu diesem Fall. Hä, das kann nicht beides gewesen sein. Deutlich dampfes Geräusch. Ich werde noch wahnsinnig. Ist es so ein Rätsel, dass man quasi wirklich, bin ich gerade... Da hast du noch ziemlich viele geile Quests da. 2, 3 und 4 kann ich ändern. Was? 2? Woher weißt du, dass ich nur 2, 3 und 4 ändern kann? Werden das so? Ja, aber was soll ich denn da ändern? Lyney gibt an, es gab eine mysteriöse Stimme in der Aktrice. In Bezug den hat Lyney angegriffen. Der Beweis, dass sie... Okay, er kann sie nicht angegriffen haben, weil er in diesem Ding,
According to Lyney, he
in diesem
left
Tunnel
via
war.
the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Okay. Kann ich auch was anderes nehmen? Ah, nee, das passt schon. Lyney hat Halsey entführt. Hi. Halsey. Schlug Halsey mit einer Vase hier. Befand er sich wirklich in der Zukunft? Das heißt, er war da. Er hat jemanden
went to
gehört.
the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Okay. Das heißt, okay, gut. Nach Widersprüchen suchen. Lyney hat gerade hier. Ach so. Hier gibt es kein blaues. Hier gibt es kein blaues. Das meinst du also. Da gibt es ein blaues. Den vorliegenden Beweisen nach zu urteilen, war der Unfall bereits geschehen, als Lyney in dem Tunnel zurückgekehrte. Alles, was er sah, war das Kleid.
Lyney did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed...
Na dann.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lyney did indeed go into the tunnel.
Na dann, Killer hoch. Bye, bye. Später.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately.
Eichenweiert, Halliwell.
The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when and the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Erfolgreich widerlegt. Wieso durfte ich nicht Objection grüllen? Oder gäbe es dann Probleme?
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Oh, wasn't it awesome?
Ja, nur dass wir jetzt eine internationale Krise auslösen werden, wenn rauskommt, dass die Fatui quasi den Rechtsprechungsgrundsatz von Fontaine platt machen wollten. Gut gemacht, Paimon. Eine nächste wobei es eine Krise mit den Fatui, also passt's.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Genau.
That's right!
Außerdem hatte ich die Argumentation der Klägerin für fehlerhaft.
My reasoning?
Die Requisiten auf der Bühne wurden absichtlich von jemandem manipuliert, aber du behauptest, Cowell sei zufällig auf Lyney
If
gestoßen.
that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lyney only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've met.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Oh, da ist jemand nicht ganz zufrieden. Erinnerst du dich noch daran, wie du Lyneys Alibi widerlegt hast?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Deine Aussage ist jetzt zu meiner Waffe geworden. Deine Aussage ist nun zu meinem entscheidenden Hinweis geworden. Wählen? Nein. Seltsame Geräusche während der Zauberschau. Nein. Struktur. Ja.
That's right! Lyney wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lyney had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Wow.
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic.
Oh, da wird jemand unruhig.
Well then, if it wasn't Lyney who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Das ist eine gute Frage. Der Täter war... Ach, nee, Hilfe. Wähle die jeweiligen Antworten und fülle alle freien Felder aus, um die Richtigkeit seiner Schlussfolgerung zu überprüfen. Im Falle eines Fehlers musst du erneut aus den verbleibenden Möglichkeiten wählen. Ja... Schwierig. Ermittlung der Gendarmerie. Hilfe. Wieso so französisch? Ermittlungen der Gendarmerie zufolge entzündete die von der Ende der Zauberschau gezündeten Feuerwerkskörper das Seil, an dem der Wassertank befestigt war, wodurch dieser herunterfällt und Corville das Tod verursacht. Nachdem Lyney von jeglichen Verdacht freigesprochen wurde, während da nur noch die restlichen Mitglieder der Zaubertruppe, die sich an den Zauberrequisiten hätten zu schaffen machen können. Lyney erklärte das ausführlich, wie der Zaubertrick funktionieren sollte. Mithilfe des doppelt beschichteten Schranks sollte das ausgewählte Mädchen aus dem Publikum, das sich in dem Schrank befand, durch einen Tunnel auf die andere Seite transportiert werden. Lyney selbst sollte diesen Tunnel ebenfalls nutzen, um auf die andere Seite zu gelangen. Währenddessen übernahm Lynette nach dem Kostümwechsel und der Assistent gemeinsam die Interaktion auf der Bühne. Das Kleid der vermissten Halsey wurde aus einem unbekannten Grund im Tunnel zurückgelassen. Wähle einen beliebigen Hinweis, um die Informationen im Teil anzusehen. Okay, wer bist
The
du denn?
deceased's name is Cowell, Lyney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? Halsey is the missing person and
Oh, na dann, eine neue
there
Person.
have been a third.
Auch nicht. Na
The
gut,
deceased's name is Cowell.
alle guten Dinge sind 3.
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Hilfe, ernsthaft? Wie könnte man vorher wissen, dass Lyney eine Möglichkeit hatte, das Verbrechen zu verhindern? Wie konnte man vorher wissen, dass Lyney keine Möglichkeit hatte, das Verbrechen zu verhindern?
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Klar.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lyney as well. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Kann ich das wieder
Lyney
wegnehmen?
was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal.
Können wir immer dasselbe machen?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lyney as well.
Warte mal, das heißt,
Lyney was not in the
das
tunnel
muss
at
ich
that moment.
wegnehmen.
The
Das
deceased's name is Cowell.
wechseln.
No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances.
Wo wechseln? Dann noch.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Hal. It would have been tough for both people. The sound we heard may have come.
Reicht das? Na, Schluss jedenfalls. Brauche ich noch diese richtige Reihenfolge? Ah, Cove ist raus. Na gut, das heißt er
Lyney was
hier.
not in the tunnel.
Dann 2
It would
Leute.
have been tough for both. The sound we heard may have come from a. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would.
Habe ich bereits.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been.
Ach, Lyney ist richtig.
The deceased's name is
Ah, es wird immer wieder was weggemacht. Okay, ja
No
gut, dann
one
habe ich ja noch
entered
die
or-
Dinger.
It would have been tough for both.
Brauche ich die richtige Reihenfolge?
The sound we heard may have. The deceased's name is. No one entered or left.
Was fehlt jetzt? Bin verwirrt. Was habe ich hier gerade gemacht? Ich... Okay. Der Täter muss die Methoden hinter Lyneys Zauber gut gekannt haben und in der Lage gewesen sein, Modifikationen an den Requisiten zu nehmen. Abgesehen davon, wie er starb, verfügte Cowell über alle Mittel, die er brauchte, um das Verbrechen zu begehen. Der seltsame Knall könnte wahrscheinlich vom Kampf zwischen Cowell und Halsey herführen. Lyney war nicht einmal eine Minute lang im Tunnel. Diese eine Minute hätte Cowell gereicht, um Halsey aus dem Zauberschrank auf der Zauberseite zu holen. Doch alle der Aussage des Gendarms zufolge betrat verließ inzwischen niemand das Opernhaus. Daher war es unmöglich für ihn, das Gelände zu verlassen. Ganz zu schweigen davon, dass die Zuschauer ihn auf jeden Fall gesehen hätten, wenn er aus dem Zauberschrank gekommen wäre.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Wo um Himmels Willen ist Halsey hin?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Zauberei? Aus dem Wassertank verschwinden? Könnte es das Wasser gewesen sein?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Moment mal, das ist die größte Sünde?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Objection! Endlich konnte ich es mal sagen. Objection! Wartet.
Lyney was not in the tunnel at that moment, the sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyney's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
War sie eine Hadide?
It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment. How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Ich bitte um eine Durchsuchung von Cowells persönlichen Gegenständen. Vielleicht werden wir etwas finden.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Lyney already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Wie cool und gelassen der auf seinem Stuhl sitzt.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
Kurz darauf kehrt ein Gendarm mit Neuigkeiten zurück.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea.
Oh, jetzt wird's
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
Excuse me?
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
Moment mal.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is In fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Das heißt, Kann es sein, dass die Menschen in Fontaine Orkaniten sind und es nur vergessen haben?
You gotta be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Ich habe gerade Gänsehaut. Ich glaube, das ist wirklich der Fall, oder? Das sind alles Orkaniten. Die wissen es nur nicht.
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Ja, ich streame mit TikTok Live Studio.
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Das sind alles Orkaniten.
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found.
Du musst Sachen machen, damit du streamen kannst. Hilfe.
Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Lyney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Ich hab's bereits rausgekriegt. Das sind alles Orkaniten. Die wissen es nur nicht. Was das Urmeister? Okay. Okay. Was haben wir
Now
hier?
it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
Also das erste ist auf jeden Fall unser Kollege
The
hier.
deceased's name is Cowell, Lyney's assistant. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with this?
Kann ich nicht
I
sagen.
remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
Genau, wo ist eigentlich Lynette hin?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time.
Wo
Did
ist
she
Lynette
have
eigentlich
something to do with
verschwunden?
this?
Wo ist deine Schwester verschwunden?
The rope that held the water tank up was lit by the fire. The deceased's name is
Erstmal hier alles zusammenhauen.
Now it seems like the
Bleibt nichts. Okay, der Typ müsste der
deceased's
erste
name
sein,
is
oder?
Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the
Und das hier.
Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there was something else within the inner.
Okay.
Now it seems like the hook, the water from the primordial sea should.
Und das
The water from the primordial sea. The rope that held the water tank.
auch nicht.
Now it seems like the water
Das da
from the
jetzt?
primordial.
Endlich, Hilfe. Schwierig.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In
Oh,
the
yeah.
original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
Ich meine, wie schnell man die überzeugen kann.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Ach, das ist deine größte Sorge.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Seine eigene Schwester.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Lyney's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Lyney did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Ich find's toll, wie niemand das quasi hinterfragt, dass er einfach mal in den Lüftungsschacht gegangen ist.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lyney desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr.
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Anstrengend. Naja, wenigstens weiß ich.
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Ich will Objection schreien.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic?
Okay, was hat sie jetzt?
I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes.
Excuse me?
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lyney and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
Ist doch witzlos, nachdem er bereits erzählt hat, wie es funktioniert. Ich blick nicht ganz durch.
I understand.
Du hast die Fortnite-Story gelesen. Was? Klatsch, das war ein Schnipsen, aber auch egal.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
Excuse me?
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Lyney's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
Die vom Anfang?
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lyney was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Lyney even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Wenn die Person ein Händchen fürs Verstecken hat, dann ist es gut möglich, wenn man bedenkt, dass sie eine Diebin ist.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Aber sie, natürlich wird ihm was passieren. Hast du nicht den Trailer gesehen? Das stimmt, es ist an der Zeit, die Argumentation des Hetero-Arkons zu widerlegen.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Gut, ja, das ist klar. Nee, das können wir nicht. Was hätte Halsey reagiert? Das Kleid vermischte Halsey wurde aus dem bekannten Tunnel zurückgelassen. Mitzukommen sich aufgelöst hat. Wie war's? Wie hätte Halsey reagiert? Während des Austauschs in der Zauber war deutlich ein dumpfes Geräusch zu vermelden, von vielen Zuschauern gehört wurde. Ihn widerlegen? Scheinbar nicht. Ein Seil an einem Haar befestigt liegt auf dem Boden mit dem Haken die Luftballons. Auch nicht.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Sophie. Child hat uns sein Dingsbums gegeben, sein, wie heißt das nochmal, seine Notion. Auch immer das, hieß es nochmal auf Deutsch? Egal. Das heißt, er hat nur noch die Delusion und in der Animation wurde er zu diesem Horror-Dingsbums extrem Krieger. Das heißt, er hat seine Delusion benutzt. Und die ist nicht ganz gesund. Von mir aus wischen. Erinner dich, was mit dem armen Teppel passiert ist. Oder wie ausgepowert Child immer war, als er die Delusion benutzt hat. Lyney einem Kampf zugekommen ist. Widersprüchen suchen. Widerlegen.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
Halsey dann oft nach dem Kampf hat ihre Klamotten ausgezogen.
Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Faszinierend. Erfolgreich widerlegt.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
Migräne, lass nach.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Lol.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Ah, und ich habe vergessen, da Enter zu drücken. Ups. Ich habe nicht das Geringste gesehen.
Bravo! Bravo!
Was für eine dramatische Wendung.
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
Ja.
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Hallöchen, Ari. Hallöchen, aber Armut.
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
A deflated balloon.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Aber das macht noch nicht weg, dass unser lieber Lyney auch noch so ein paar Reagenzien hatte.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid.
Faszinierend, wie die alle quasi akzeptieren, dass sich Fontaine-Menschen in Wasser auflösen können.
Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And thus, Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Lyney, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Lyney, the accused, is in fact innocent.
In diesem Fall. Und ich finde es putzig, wie Hijack verzweifelt versucht, jemanden zum GTA-Spielen mitzufinden.
While there is much in Lyney and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Das sah irgendwie aus wie ein Ticket vom Stellar Express.
As such, Lyney and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Lasst uns noch nicht feiern.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Lyney's baggage?
Oh, Herr Komplize.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Lyney, but you, yes?
Ja.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Muss das Wasser ausprobieren.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Lyney, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Die seine Vorgesetzten sind. Sehr clever.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know.
Wird jetzt der nächste Tank auf ihn abstürzen?
Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
What?
We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about.
Mein erster Gedanke, als ich das gehört habe, ich musste sofort an das Parfüm denken. Er hat sich in Wasser verwandelt.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Ja, das hat schon das letzte Mal sehr gut funktioniert. Am Tatort wird jedoch nichts außer Flüssigkeit gefunden, die nach der Auflösungsverhandlung zurückgeblieben ist.
So, we're just going back now?
Das Problem ist vorübergehend gelöst. Wir müssen nicht länger hier bleiben.
That's true, but...
But?
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Oh, da ist jemand sauer. Da ist jemand enttäuscht.
Lyney.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Ich wollte einfach nicht, dass jemand fälschlicherweise beschuldigt wird. Ich wollte nur den Gefallen zurückzahlen, den ich dir schulde.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Lyney this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
She?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Ist es eine dieser Zeiten, wo man diese geilen Animationen sieht?
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there.
Oh.
To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days.
Hayana.
But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
What?
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
Und so illegal hört sich's auch nicht an.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
Oh yeah.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts.
Hallöchen, Ash.
The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Okay, hätte man mir diese Antwort gegeben, würde diese Person noch existieren oder würde sie nicht mehr existieren? Vermutlich würde ich erstmal hoch. Schwierig.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Was für ein Schurke. Und was geschah dann?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in,
ja?
All I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Okay.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
Fontaine ist ganz putzig. Ganz cool.
I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
Aber das alles gehört der Vergangenheit an. Jetzt will Arlecchino das göttliche Herz erobern, nicht wahr?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Tut mir leid, aber ich kann dir immer noch nicht ganz vertrauen.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you.
Du hast gerade ein Ace Attorney-Duell verpasst. Und Hallöchen, Luna.
I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Lyney.
Ich verstehe. Das.
Bye, Lyney.
Sehr dramatisch. Okay. Was wird jetzt passieren?
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so too?
Wieso? Wir wissen, wo die Mädchen sind. Die Mädchen wurden sprichwörtlich liquidiert. Sie wurden verflüssigt, liquidiert. Und dann als Droge verwendet. Die glücklich macht. Das 1:1 das Parfüm. Was dies angeht. Tut mir leid, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Abyss 1A. Ich habe diesen Fall nur untersucht, um Lyney zu verteidigen, nicht um das massenhafte Verschwinden der Mädchen zu untersuchen.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
And we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Der Liquidator ruft. Darkwing Duck. What?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Wenn du meinst. Auf geht's zum Abendessen. Abschiedsessen.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel Davor? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
Neuer Auftrag. Die Frage ist, sollen wir jetzt mit der Story-Quest weitermachen oder zu GTA oder Phasmophobia wechseln? Quasi der erste Akt ist abgeschlossen. Wow, Hijack hat mal was Neues gefunden außer Watch Dogs, GTA. Sagen die anderen? Das würde ich auch gerne mit der Fontaine Quest weitermachen. Ich will immer noch den Punkt sehen, wo quasi die ganze Welt zusammenbricht aus dem Trailer. Den haben wir immer noch nicht gesehen. Lass mich mal kurz was überprüfen. Wo bist du, wo bist du, wo bist du? Da. Aha. Mann, da machen wir mit der Story weiter, wenn ihr euch nicht entscheiden könnt. Wieder da runter. Ja. Ansonsten, ich glaube, dann könnten wir hier sogar. War es nicht hier? Nein. Hast du das hier? Aha, ich wusste es.
Something on your...
Boah, ich bin kurz davor, einen neuen 10-Pull zu haben. Na dann, weiter geht's. Guck mal hin. Ich habe eine Katze für 3 Wochen und die ist jetzt schon gruseliger als Kasi. Was?
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
Ah, in that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Ja, die wollte ja auch ein bisschen Eis haben.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only 1 dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Ein Grund zum Feiern. Gute Zusammenarbeit.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Doch, haben sie doch gesagt, es ist ein Drogenring.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough.
Ja? Hilfe, Vivian, danke für die ganzen Rosen. Wann kamen die denn hier rein? Skandalös.
Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. Where their watch fails them. That's...
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right.
Na klar müssen wir das jetzt machen.
Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Wir wollten den Hydroarchon um Rat bitten, aber irgendwie scheint sich diese Gelegenheit nie zu bieten.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
Außerdem hat sie wohl gleich gerade was gegen uns.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydroarchon.
Excuse me? Ari, was meinst du damit?
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Questionable okay.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Wow.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Ich glaube, Paimon würde so ein bisschen auffallen.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Navia, du bist sowas von kreativ. In diesem Fall ist es nichts Gutes.
I can personally testify that this one works.
Was?
When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Was hindert sie daraus, uns mit Wachen rauszuschmeißen?
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ich weiß nicht, was du meinst, Ari.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
Wie kann man so etwas übersehen?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you
Stimmt.
could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
Ich weiß nicht, was du meinst, Ari.
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
Ja.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Ich würde dann eher abhauen, aber gut, ich bin auch ich. Es wäre ein Versuch wert. Ist das wirklich der typische Mensch, der sich schämt?
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Ah, na dann.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Stimmt, meine schmeckt genauso.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Warte mal, kommt da noch mehr Rosen? Vivian, bist du versteckt im Chat und schickst mir dauernd Rosen? Dachte, die ganzen Rosen. Hilfe. Dann lande mal lieber und geh zu Fuß. Du kannst ja etwas niedriger fliegen.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Sie scheint die Fassung bewahren zu wollen. Das Essen war schon recht teuer. Paimon dieser viel fraß.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Was ist los, Ari? Ich verliere gerade den Kontext.
See ya!
Und jetzt verstecken wir uns unter ihrem Bett und lassen sie so lange nicht schlafen, bis... Nee, das klingt irgendwie falsch. Stepsis, I'm stuck under your bed. Kein bisschen seltsam. Nichts, Sie, du hast absolut gar nichts gehört. Lass mich mal kurz was nachschauen, wenn wir schon mal dabei sind. Ah, auch interessant. Ja, sei es drum. So, und so. Weiter geht's.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Ja, sie ist klarer als tagsüber.
That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache. Vache.
Aua.
Hey, why
Soll ich
are you
jetzt
still
gebombt?
walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
Ich spüre solch starke Gefühle. Meine Wahrnehmung, sie vernebelt sich.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Wie meine Schuld.
Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Was kommt jetzt? Eine Orche Lüge. Was ist das für ein Ort?
Vache.
Are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
Ich kenne keinen Vache. Darf ich fragen, wer du bist?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Warst einst ein Mensch?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who is lost, therefore.
Du hast deine menschliche Gestalt verloren. Sie ist eine der Aufgelösten.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Rosablaues Wasser, ist das etwa eines der Mädchen, das aufgelöst wurde?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much.
Ich wusste es. Fontaine besteht aus Orkaniden. Es ist eine Orkaniden-Nation. Was irgendwo auch Sinn ergibt.
But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
Willst du, dass ich Vache für dich finde?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories.
Wieso? Du kannst dich wieder in einen Menschen verwandeln.
The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters.
Sei nicht so melodramatisch.
If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
Ich bin mir sicher, dass er dich auch nicht so einfach vergessen wird.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing.
Und bald geht's nach Pandora.
If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Willst du damit sagen, Vache etwa Zeuge, wie du dich aufgelöst
Is
hast?
that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Es ist fast so, als würde nach dem Verschwinden des Körpers das Bewusstsein in irgendeiner Form weiter
I
bestehen.
think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Etwa Poemon? Ach ja, ich frage mich, wie viel Zeit in der Realität vergangen ist.
Farewell then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Ist der Hydroarchon dann auch ein Orkanide? Ich weiß. Aber ich wollte es quasi noch mal weiterführen und quasi die nächste Referenz aufmachen. Ich weiß doch, dass du Ang meinst. Was ist denn hier los? Excuse me? Was geht hier ab?
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Oh. Unerwartete Unterstützung. Oder Cora, genau.
Quick, now's our chance!
Was geht hier gerade ab? Hol dir mal ein größeres Oberteil.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clarand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
Ganz ehrlich, wenn ich neben ihr stehen würde, ich hätte Todesangst. Guck dir mal da an, wie das gespannt ist. Das Ding bricht doch jede Sekunde und dann pau, pau, pau und dann fliegt die eins ins Auge. Ich schaue da nicht hin, weil ich von der Größe beeindruckt bin. Ich schaue da hin, weil das eine potenzielle Gefahrenstelle ist. Da ist ein Scharfschützenkommando, das ich auslöschen kann. Oder bin ich der Einzige, der gerade Angst davor hat? Guck mal, das Ding bricht doch gleich.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Bin ich der Einzige, der hier gerade Todesangst hat, neben ihr zu stehen?
Do not speak of my father.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clarand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
Mach ich nachher. Oder ich mach's jetzt. Was für ein Memes-Channel? Was meint ihr? Nichts sonst Witziges. Ja, genau das meine ich. Genau das. Genau das meine ich. Gut, dass wir darüber mal gesprochen haben.
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
Uh-huh.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
Das war gerade ein sehr epischer Kampf. Und scheinbar wird es noch einen geben.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Da kriegt man doch Todesangst. Moment, ich muss euch mal das Meme zeigen, was Madame hier reingepostet hat. Moment. Bildschirmübertragung. Wo bist du? So, hier. Einmal das da. Perfekt. Und auch das hier. Dieser Knopf, der kann was. Genau das habe ich mir Gefühlt. Emotional Damage. Schön. Noch Fragen? Wo waren wir stehen geblieben? Da.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Der Witz ist, im Vergleich zu ihr ist sie flach wie ein Brett.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Ja, sie ist, was gerade passiert. War das...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Wahrscheinlich hätte es Paimon nicht gekriegt. Mhm. Hast du dich etwa schon immer zu den Kämpfern gezählt, Paimon? Danke für die Rettung, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Dann wirst du aber ziemlich arm sein.
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
What?
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Oh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Du meinst, ich dachte damals schon, dass etwas nicht stimmte, war mir aber nicht sicher.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Uff, nein. 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 Du willst, nein, nein. Du willst mir nicht das sagen, dass du, der einzige Grund, warum du hier noch stehst, ist, weil Paimon zu gierig ist. Ansonsten wärst du jetzt auch eine wandelnde Pfütze. Das sind zu viele Zufälle, da haben zu viele Leute Glück.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Ein Glück, dass Paimon und ich nicht aus Fontaine stammen. Ansonsten wären wohl auch...
I sent people to Hotel Davor to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all.
Was ist hier los? Hier versuchen gerade alle irgendwie Platz zu machen.
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
Ich sollte mal den TikTok-Stream neu starten. Moment. Einfach mal den TikTok-Stream neu starten. Und... Ganz schön im Pack. Gleich starten. Weiter geht's.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Lyney in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Ach, ich würde auch nervös werden, wenn so ein Held, der die letzten... Warte. Die erste Sache war eine Fatui-Sache, die wir zerstört haben. Die zweite. Die dritte... Ach. Warte, jede Katastrophe hatte doch irgendwas mit den Fatui zu tun. Jeder Plot. Also, irgendwas sagt mir, die Fatui steckt auch hier wieder mit drin und irgendjemand ist ziemlich nervös darüber. Nur so ein Gefühl.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
Lynette zufolge hat das Hören dieser Stimme etwas mit der Empfinden des Hydroelements zu tun.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
Ich habe da ein paar neue Informationen.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
Die Stimme im Brunnen gehört zu einem der vermissten Mädchen. Dieser Vache war wohl Augenzeuge davon, wie sich das Mädchen auflöste.
Oh, that is important.
Du berichtest allen, was geschehen war, während du mit...
Vache? That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately.
Vermutlich, weil es auch schon 20 Jahre her ist. Könnte sein, dass es die erste Person ist, die verschwunden ist. Und Benny, danke für das neues Universe.
Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater.
Wenn er überhaupt noch am Leben
Could
ist.
he have been threatened?
Wenn er überhaupt noch am Leben ist. Wir sollten versuchen, ihn zu finden.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Moment mal, Ari, was soll das bei mir entweder... Was? Oh, ich glaube, ich habe hier ein paar Sachen überlesen im Chat. Bei mir entweder bin ich extrem horny und möchte einen Drachen in mir... Was? Excuse me? Okay, gut. Ja, beim Ding ein Drachen, aha. Das heißt, Ari ist nicht wirklich wählerisch. Gut zu wissen. Sie will einfach nur einen Drachen in sich haben. Das klingt irgendwie seltsam. Das erklärt auch, warum sie letzte Woche zu einem anderen Drachen unterwegs war. Mhm. Irgendwas sagt mir, Ari hat eine Schwäche für Drachen. Kann das sein? Alles klar, Partnerin. Willst du mich nicht mit einbeziehen?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Mit mir legt man sich nicht an. Sie werden sich wünschen, sie wären nie geboren worden.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as
Ein
partners.
Seemon.
But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Magnus, du bist ein Seemon. Hier schwebt ein Paimon.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Mhm. Ah. Ari? Welche Größe? Sag nur ein oder zwei Buchstaben. Ja, Madame hat definitiv eine Schwäche für Drachen, ich merke schon. Nein, sie sagt nichts. Ja, nee, ist klar. Wieso? Sie sagte doch schon, sie hatten mehrere. Aha, sie sind echt gut. Also hat sich die Investition gelohnt und du benutzt sie häufig. Ich sehe schon. Sie sind oft bei dir in Verwendung. Ah, schön. Aha, wie viel Spielzeug hast du denn? Tell me more.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Mann. Ari. Doch, darunter. Excuse me? Wieso habe ich das Gefühl, ich bin gleich die nächste verschwundene Person? Ach, du musst nur nicht so genau sein in deinen Beschreibungen. Wo sind wir hier? Sind das die Slums von Fontaine? Also ganz ehrlich, so wie die hier rumlaufen, hätte ich sowas nicht erwartet. Warum sind hier so viele Menschen? Sieht schon cool aus. Sehr dystopisch. Aber hier stinkt es so viel. Und irgendwas sagt mir, die haben hier auch Rattenburger. Rechtsberaterin. Hier unten, ne? Oh, zum Gucken sind wir hier.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Dankeschön. Das ist ja eine Enttäuschung.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Aha.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand.
Wird sich zeigen, wann ich wieder Minecraft spiele. Vielleicht am Donnerstag, wer weiß. Sie geht in die Ecke und weint. Ich empfehle dir ein, wenn zum ersten Mal mittel, dann größer.
My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena.
Seltsam.
3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Ist in der Tat etwas faul dran. Hast du irgendwelche
The
Anhaltspunkte?
closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Es geht um die Familie, La Familia, die Sehnsucht nach der Wahrheit. Was das angeht, sind wir uns sehr ähnlich.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle.
Hallöchen, Finn.
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that.
Oh je.
People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf.
Hallöchen,
But they
Justin.
also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
Traurig, aber wahr.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh yeah.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
Kann nur, dass Navia Clorench gegenüber ein solches Verhalten an den Tag legte.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Das erklärt einiges. Es war seine Absicht, bei diesem Duell zu sterben.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Mach dir darum mal keinen Kopf. Ich kann sehen, wie wichtig diese Angelegenheit für dich ist.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Ich würde dir dann meinen Schwarz-Blauen empfehlen. Ich kann dir Link schicken, wenn du willst. Aha, Schwarz-Blauer. Mittel oder größer? Tell me more, Ari. Tell me more.
Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Na dann, ausruhen. Ja, Ari. Unter dem wachsamen Auge des Spielers. Ja.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. They're...
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Oje, oje, oje.
If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Na dann.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Am Ende wird er der große böse Boss sein.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Na dann, auf zum obersten Richter. Sehr verzwickt,
The
diese
Palais is
Geschichte.
right up ahead. Come on.
Hallöchen, Finn. Wobei, Finn, du hast doch schon Hallo gesagt.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
Meep.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Lyney.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Lyney's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
Excuse me? Ari?
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
So viel dazu, dass nicht dass alles sicher ist.
Please come in.
Wow, hat er ein großes Büro. Lucy, der sich auch bewegt.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
Er wird gleich wütend sein, wenn du weiterhin stallst.
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Mir gefällt sein Blick nicht.
Unfortunately,
Vielleicht.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Können wir wohl nichts machen. War jetzt alles umsonst?
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ein Traum, den du auch hattest, Paimon?
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
Weiß nicht, was du meinst. Bin nur höflich.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Das Interesse zu zeigen könnte als Unhöflichkeit interpretiert werden. Hust, hust. Natürlich alles nur für wissenschaftliche Studien. Hust, hust.
Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Ist er selber vielleicht eine Maschine? Ist der Grund, warum er und die Maschine die gleichen Entscheidungen treffen, weil er Teil der Maschine ist? Er selber eine Maschine ist?
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort.
Ari, Schluss?
You even told me then that you thought there was
Böse
something
Ari?
fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything.
Das muss was heißen, wenn Sophie sowas heißt.
There are still so many things I never got to tell him.
Und ja, das ist ganz schön
So many
impact.
questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice.
Oh yeah.
My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Jetzt los, bleibt anständig.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. it's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Regen.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Der Fall deines Vaters, hat er drin oder draußen
Yeah,
stattgefunden?
he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
Jetzt böse, hört mit dem Thema an, Hilfe. Damals fehlte euch aber auch eine entscheidende Information.
Oh. Wait. You don't mean...
Die Tatsache, dass sich Menschen in Wasser verwandeln
So
konnten.
you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Lass uns keine Zeit mehr verlieren.
Great, let's go then.
Nee, darfst du nicht. Bleib anständig. Hat hier gerade jemand Au Au gesagt? Wo sind wir jetzt gelandet? So ein Vogel. Wo sind wir hier? Ah, interesting. Faszinierend.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
Vermutlich wird es hier gebaut, Paimon.
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Ich glaube, ich verstehe langsam, warum es dir gefällt.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Ja, ich glaube, Ari ist ganz, ja. Lassen wir das mal so stehen. Ari ist ganz, ja. Wo ist überhaupt hin? Da oben hin.
Behold!
Ja, du bist ganz, ja, naja.
Squall and Fury.
Böse könnte man
Search
sagen.
forth.
Könntet ihr mal darüber aufhören, über diese Sachen zu reden? Ist ja furchtbar. Ja, habe ich doch schon. Naja.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, you still remember, right, Malus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Lyney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Könnte hinter all dem ein und dieser Person stecken?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions.
Wie versuchst du denn das Thema zu wechseln?
And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance.
Nouvette der Hydro-Dragon. Interessant, interessant.
As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food.
Yep, die Archon Quest.
But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Seltsam.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lyney's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Könnte sie der Person gehören, die aufgelöst wurde?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Es ist nicht auszuschließen, dass die beiden einen Streit hatten, aber es könnte sich genauso eine dritte Person eingemischt haben.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning.
Sehr schöne Theorie. Nun, Vermehrt hat ja gesagt, es regnet, wenn der Hydrodragon weint und man sieht Noelle nicht traurig. Deshalb denke ich, dass Noelle seine Traurigkeit durch den Regen ausdrückt. Interessant.
Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice.
Was ist los, Ari?
Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
Was? Das Buch wegbringen?
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself.
Da ist jemand stur. Du kannst es auf dem Discord posten. Dürfte doch wohl noch andere interessieren, oder?
Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark.
Ja, dich zu schützen.
What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end?
Dich.
Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Weiter, danke für den Game Controller.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Bis letztens.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Oof.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Er wollte dir die Wahl lassen.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture.
Am Ende wird quasi dieses Primordial Wasser eine Kernzutat von diesen Delusions sein. Was meint ihr, ist das wahrscheinlich?
But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Lyney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
Könntet ihr mal mit dem Thema aufhören?
You
Ist
sound
ja
like you've
furchtbar.
put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Ist nicht der Butler immer der Mörder?
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
Was ist dieses Confratrier?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly.
Willkommen zurück, aber alles gut? Geht's dir gut? Was ist denn passiert?
To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Du kannst auf mich zählen.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Ach nö, weiter mit diesen Ace Attorney-Kram. Mief. Na gut, du gehst als nächstes hin. Gehen wir zur ersten Person und fragen, bist du ein Informant?
It is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Wie böse die Kleine guckt.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Hören wir sie besser nicht.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Undankbar sein, auf Englisch, niemals Rache nehmen sollte.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Soll das etwa heißen, dass jemand Charackteres angewiesen hat, Herrn Celeste zu ermorden?
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
Wow.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing?
Hat das Richtige getan?
Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Je. Süß.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons.
Ja, damit du nicht verhungerst.
Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Oh, Backe. Das besprechen wir ein anderes Mal, Ari. Das besprechen wir ein anderes Mal.
Are you okay, Navia?
Wieso bist du so
I'm
erpicht,
fine.
mir deine
Don't
Sammlung
worry.
zu zeigen?
Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
Also
the
ich bin...
lodge should be nearby.
Aua, wieso hab ich jetzt
And we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Can you...
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
Du hast verpasst, wie sich jemand in Fontaine zu Wasser verwandelt hat und vermutlich besteht ganz Fontaine nur aus Orkaniden. Ganyu.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guards said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, That doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Es wäre gut möglich.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callis ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
Okay, bis
About
gleich, Herr
that,
Wermuth.
Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callis's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callis the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callis, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callis's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Also nach der Aussage würde ich mal sagen, der ist unschuldig, oder was sagt ihr? Oder er hat seinen Text sehr gut geübt. Was meint ihr, ist der auch unschuldig oder ist er ein sehr guter Schauspieler? Müssen wir kurz was überprüfen. Da können wir direkt weitermachen. Wo bist du? Bist du? Der alte Choleriker wieder mal.
Relax.
Immer dieser Choleriker. Furchtbar, oder? Weiter geht's. Ah, den müssen wir.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Das kann natürlich auch sein.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Der gefällt mir nicht. Meine Alarmglocken gehen bei ihm an.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Lyney's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Was meint ihr? Sind die Fatui hinter dem Synth-Geschäft? Sie sind reich, powerful?
Oh,
Doch wieder.
Then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Okay. Jetzt zum letzten. Auf zum letzten. Also mein Bauchgefühl sagt mir, es war der Polizist. Fragt mich nicht warum. Was sagt ihr? Wobei, wir haben noch nicht den letzten gehört.
Behold! Search forth!
Quit following me.
Hello, how may I help you?
Ach, alles in Ordnung, Leonski. Und keine Sorge, das ist kein Kommentar, das ist ja quasi der Live-Chat. Kommentar ist ja komplett was anderes. Hust, hust. Ich kann sofort auf dich rein. Moment mal. Habe ich eigentlich was Falsches eingestellt beim Stream? Oh nein, ich habe die normale Latenz. Okay, das heißt, alle YouTube-Kommentare kommen verzögert. Okay, versuchen wir das anders. Auf dich rein. Moment mal. Habe ich eigentlich, okay, das heißt, es hat eine Verzögerung von um die 5 Sekunden, falls ich das richtig sehe, oder? Probieren wir es mal aus. Also, warte jetzt ein bisschen und dann zähle ich mal. Warte, ich mache jetzt mal so eine Kopfbewegung, dann sehe ich ja, wenn es losgeht. Warte jetzt ein bisschen und dann zähle ich mal. Also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 2, 3, 15 bis 16 Sekunden. Uff. Okay, das ist suboptimal. Hilfe, da stellt man einmal das Falsche ein und schon dauert alles so extrem lange.
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know?
Und wie
You can
gefällt's
just
dir im
say
Chat?
Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Es gibt beim Streaming die Möglichkeit, die Latenz einzustellen. Eine kurze Latenz
Navia, hello.
oder eine
Sorry
lange
to keep you
Latenz.
waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Und auf YouTube steht standardmäßig ist auf einer langen Latenz.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress.
Ich bin 139, ich bin ein Jungdrache. Hi.
I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
So, ich bin kein Babydrache. Wenn ihr einen Babydrachen sehen wollt, dann zeige ich euch den hier. Hilfe. Hier, das hier ist ein Babydrache. Oh. Hier, das ist ein Babydrache. Das ist ein Babydrache. Was ist das? Skandalös.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Ja, wo ist mein TikTok-Chat hin? Hier.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Ich zeig mich selber.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
Ich bin fast täglich live, immer ab 20 Uhr.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Ari, ich fühle mich nicht ernst genommen, wenn du es so schreibst.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Oh.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
Willkommen zurück, aber Armut.
About that.
Servus,
Sorry,
Jackie.
my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Meep.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Einen Schuss?
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Hat nur einen Schuss gehört?
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
Wie alt du bist? Ich schätze mal, du bist... Also wenn ich so nach dem Altersdurchschnitt von YouTube gehe, die Leute, die mich anschreiben, 13. Ich sag 13. Nein, 12, wenn du dich nicht... Wobei, du könntest doch 11 sein, wenn du dich nicht getraut hast, mich anzuschreiben. Ich sage 13. Bin ich weit daneben?
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Und mir geht's ganz gut, Jackie, und selbst? Wie sieht's aus?
Too
Wo
slow.
müssen wir denn hin? Da hoch.
Too slow. Quit following me.
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
Was meinst du mit, kann man einen Babydrachen Hallo sagen? Leonski. Und habe ich mit meiner Schätzung recht gehabt?
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Das ist toll, Ricky. Keiner von denen drin stach wirklich als Verdächtiger hervor. Also ich finde, der Polizist war sehr seltsam.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Bei Jacques Motiv.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Wenn ich an seiner Stelle gewesen wäre, sehe ich keinen Grund zu feuern.
Oh? And why is that?
Was? Du machst mich an, Ari? Wäre der Mord an Herrn Challers etwas nicht sein Todesurteil gewesen, hätte er die Sicherheit seiner Familie garantieren können, wenn er Herrn Challers getötet hätte?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
Geh einfach auf Google und such nach Genshin Impact. Das ist eine riesige Hauptseite. Da kannst du den Launcher runterladen und dann ladet das Spiel runter. Pass auf, das Spiel ist mittlerweile riesig. Also irgendwas zwischen 50 und 100 Gigabyte wirst du auf jeden Fall brauchen.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the order and seek protection from my father.
Ja, so würde ich das gleich mal sehen, Jackie. Mondstadt ist ja quasi so eine mittelalterliche europäische Stadt. Die haben normalerweise sehr simple Designs. Liyue ist ja eher so eine chinesische Stadt. Die sind eher gern sehr farbenfroh unterwegs. Inozuma ist sehr japanisch gehalten. Und das hier ist ja quasi eine Zeit, die die Renaissance oder danach darstellt. Die sind da komplett ausgerastet mit dem Design. Das heißt, die nächsten Sachen werden vermutlich wieder eher in eine altertümliche, recht traditionelle Richtung gehen. Was ist los, Leonski? Ja, Steampunk. Naja, das ist ja quasi der Punkt um die Renaissance, wo die ganzen Dampfmaschinen kamen. Deswegen nennt man es ja auch Steam und Punk, weil es ein bisschen punkiger ist, ein bisschen wie die Musikrichtung Punk. Wie kann man Punk übersetzen bzw. definieren? Sich an keine Regeln halten. Weil sowas. Nee, Fortnite spiele ich nicht. Ich habe es hin und wieder mal angemacht, aber ich bin kein Fan von Fortnite. Besonders nicht, da ich solche Spiele eigentlich nicht gerne allein spiele und ich habe kein Team, um Fortnite zu spielen. Hin und wieder mache ich mal alleine Valorant an, aber das eher seltener.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory.
Du hast 3 Tage gebraucht, nur um den Launcher runterzuladen. Dann kannst du es vergessen, das Spiel runterzuladen. Das Spiel ist 100 oder 1000 Mal größer.
Besides, Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Außerdem fühle ich mich gerade irgendwie sehr verfolgt. So eine komische Person, so ein halber Succubus, schreibt mich überall an, auf TikTok, auf YouTube, auf Twitch.
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Laurent, Tereki, Marcel. Warte. Jetzt die Frage, wer ist. Ich hab ein Namensgedächtnis wieder in Sieb. Laurent war doch der Typ, mit dem wir gerade eben geschrieben haben.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Vielleicht war es dann jemand anders? Thierry.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
Nee, ich spiele nur normal Minecraft.
But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Vielleicht war es jemand anders. Und sie wow, wie oft kann man daneben raten? Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects.
Meinst
Maybe
du,
that's how he
Sophie?
got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. Still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child.
Im Moment spiele ich nur abends, ab 20 Uhr. Aber sobald ich meinen Job beendet habe und quasi dann eine Zeit lang als hauptberuflicher Streamer arbeiten werde, werde ich auch früher streamen. Aber es wird erst in so 2 Monaten der Fall sein. Wenn nicht sogar in den ersten 3 Monaten.
Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Who could it be?
Ich glaube... Unter das Fall.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Aber, Sophie, was vorteilhaft ist, vielleicht reden sie viel, aber es ist vertont. Es ist vertont.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight.
Das ist Englisch.
Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Sophie, willst du mir etwa sagen, Nihongo wakarimasen? Er steht dir ja schließlich ziemlich nah.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Wieso machst du es dann nicht auf Englisch? Dort, an dem das Synth hergestellt wird.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
Ah, die neue Season von Fortnite.
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Der Graf. Okay, interessant.
What? Is that someone you know?
Ja, das kann man so sagen, dass wir ihn kennen. Wir sind ihm 1-2 Mal wir hatten so ein paar kleine Streitpunkte, als er Liu zerstören wollte, mithilfe eines Seemonsters. Wechseln wir das Thema.
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Danke, Mina. Wünsche dir eine gute Nacht. Bye, bye.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
Ah.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Hatte unser Aquacon wieder mal eine Eingebung?
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Was? Sollten sich die gegen seine erhobene Vorwürfe bestätigen, könnte es passieren, dass die Gendarmerie uns nicht mehr unterstützt, wenn wir alte Fälle erneut unter die Lupe nehmen wollten.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Ich habe mir das Spiel vor irgendwie 5 oder 6 Jahren gekauft. Was seitdem, glaube ich, einmal gespielt. Aber ich glaube, einmal installiert. Habe ich es überhaupt mal auf meinen Rechnern gespielt? Ich glaube nicht.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder than to clear Mr. Callus's name.
Ah, interessant.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still...
Teilen wir uns auf.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
Du gehst nach Enrian und wir gehen nach du weißt schon wo. Ich habe Vertrauen in meine Kampffähigkeiten.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. Also, I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
Du kannst auf mich zählen.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lyney's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Aber sie sind echt verbissen daran, die Fatui als böse darzustellen. Kann es sein, dass die Fatui mal ausnahmsweise die Guten, also gut sind sie nicht, aber zumindest in diesem Fall nicht schuldig sind? Eine Premiere.
I'm ready.
Nee, sie werden sicherlich irgendwie dahinter stecken, oder?
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance.
Welches, Leonski? Also ich habe mir jetzt letzten Monat eine Switch gekauft und dazu Zelda Tears of Kingdom, das werde ich vermutlich wieder morgen anmachen, und Mario Kart.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
Und Ari, das ist immer unterschiedlich. Manchmal ist Twitch schneller, manchmal ist TikTok schneller. Aber meistens ist eigentlich Twitch schneller. Warte mal, ich hatte mal eine Synchronsprecherin von Paimon angeschrieben und mir eine Nachricht für ein Referat aufzunehmen. Und sie hat es tatsächlich gemacht. Nice.
See you then!
Ne, super verdächtigen. Na dann. Ist mein TikTok hin. Ja.
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Wir dürfen endlich tauchen. Nee, das nicht. Wie gesagt, ich habe zurzeit nur 2 Spiele. Ach, Esther Gehlings. Also. Oh, da hinten scheint was zu sein. Eine Kiste.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Wenn man denkt, Paimons Stimme könnte nicht nerviger mehr werden. Tada! Genau, darum geht es ja. Wir werden sicher im Inneren etwas Außergewöhnliches finden. Vielleicht sollte ich auch so eine Echo-Stimme machen.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms.
650 Ziehungen für Songli C6.
Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Oh, 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 oh. Jetzt wird's interessant. Jetzt wird's interessant.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Er ist Stracciatella. Excuse me? Wieso wird das... Hallo?
Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Nee, hab keine PlayStation.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No. That's not what I meant.
Aha. Sieht aus, als wäre unser kleiner Hydro Archon ein kleiner Schisser.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Ja, wieso? Das letzte Mal war doch ganz witzig, als sie interjected hat.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness.
Sie und Sophie streiten sich doch immer. Sie sind wie Hund und Katz.
But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Ich soll ein Face-Reveal machen? Soll ich wirklich ein Face-Reveal machen? Wollt ihr wirklich ein Face-Reveal haben? Ja? Nein? Vielleicht? Wenn ihr wollt, mache ich sofort eins. Soll ich? Eines meiner berühmten Face-Reveals? Nein, bitte nicht. Oh, okay, dann halt nicht. Na, dann halt nicht. Sorry, ich wollte es machen, aber die anderen wollen nicht. Niemand mag die. Oh. Mies. Na gut, dann machen wir mit dem Spiel weiter. Niemand mag die, sagen sie einfach so. Mies. Na dann machen wir mit dem Spiel weiter.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer.
Aha, jetzt also doch.
So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
10.000 Likes? Oder meinst du Abos?
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
Nice Armut.
That person is...
Hä? Wie? Ist es nicht ein bisschen früh?
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this...
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on.
Was geht hier ab?
I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
Warum?
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember, both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
Ich hatte ja recht und alle sind schuldig.
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Oh, Backe.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound.
Kasi, man sieht was? Ich bin gerade verwirrt, was meinst du?
The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
Okay.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Na dann. Drei Schüsse. Hilfe, das sind so viele Dinger. Okay, die letzten zwei soll ich nicht. Na dann. Manfred de Cabriere. Dass bei seinem Ausgehen keine Waffe bei sich trug. Widerlegen? Auch nicht. Kleidungsstücke unbekannter Besitzer. Es ist... Hä? War das eine Falle? Und ich dachte da nicht... Okay. Während der Pfarrer hörte man 2 Schüsse von denen außerhalb... Nach Widersprüchen suchen. Okay, hier können wir jetzt geben das. Hier.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Skandalös. Als sich eine dritte Person anwesend war.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Das erste Schuss der Verdächtigen ans Ziel verfehlte und der zweite Jacques tötete. Was da? Aha.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
Uh-oh. Erfolgreich widerlegt.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Bis jetzt gibt's noch keine Anschuldigung gegen ihn so richtig. Er muss noch nichts widerlegen.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Stimmt.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine 2 things. 1, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not.
Boo!
If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home.
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
Oder?
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
Hättet ihr ihm denn geglaubt?
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
Wer macht grad 10.000 voll für sein Facewit?
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives.
In Menschengestalt bin ich knapp 1,80. 1,90, wenn man die Hörner mitnimmt. Knapp 2 Meter, wenn ich nach oben gucke und die Hörner nach oben zeigen.
Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Damit habt ihr warte, nicht Sterbehilfe, wie heißt es nochmal?
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callis was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted.
Dass du größer bist, ist eigentlich schon lange bekannt.
Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callis never intended to leave the ring alive.
Uh-oh.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
Das sind Geier? Vögel.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Lyney's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
Aww.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events?
Der Nuet ist nicht der Archon. Der Archon ist das kleine, vorlaute Mädchen neben der vollbrüstigen Scharfschützenkommando.
On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Aha, Snezhnaya.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Mir gefällt sein Vibe nicht.
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice.
Novelette ist der Richter.
Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Oh, hat sie einen Punkt getroffen?
Oh, so you do know that name.
I've Merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Okay, wir dürfen jetzt. Sind wir dran? Interesting. Jetzt schwimm hoch. Mein Stellung.
Keep going.
Guck mal. Ah, oh. Clever. Aber ich glaube, ich bin mit dieser Truppe ganz zufrieden. Was meint ihr? Ich glaube, ich habe alles.
Squall and Fury. That's far enough. Search for it.
Die Waffen nicht, kann ich sagen. Oder war ich zu stark?
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Ist eine Kiste. Wo zum Kuckuck sind wir hier? Ist jetzt ein Bosskampf?
Thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's
Namens
take a look
Unix.
around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Hey, nicht, nein, böse. Wieso springst du runter? Ich hätte einfach darüber fliegen können.
Squall and Fury.
Ja. Jetzt stell dich mal nicht so an, Kollege.
Behold.
So. Komm da hoch. Cheate mich einfach hoch. Ich habe hier einen Helikopter. Und auch darüber fliegen, dann darüber und dann da kommen. Ich fliege direkt hoch. Oder ich spiele das Spiel einfach so, wie es geplant ist. Oder auch nicht.
Quit following me.
Na gut. Abwärts. Was? Absorbieren? Ich bin gerade verwirrt. Was soll ich machen? Muss ich näher ran? Ich bin gerade zu blöd, um zu verstehen, was ich machen soll. Die Krabbe? Was für eine Krabbe? Ah. Gut zu wissen.
is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Ist es das, Paimon? Ist es das?
I see everything.
There is no...
Squall and fury!
Kämpfen die Dinge überhaupt?
Hey!
Illusion shattered!
The wind rises.
Oder bin ich einfach zu stark? Was stimmt? Achso, es ist viel zu warm. Okay.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Quit following me.
Oh.
Too slow.
Vor der Wiedergeburt aktiviert. Das hört sich nicht gut an.
Hello there.
Unix, danke für den Follow. Willkommen unter den Drachen.
Too slow.
Sieht aber auch schon extrem geil aus. Na, dann machen wir die erstmal platt. Muss ich die platt machen? Ja, ich muss die platt machen.
There is no...
Search for it.
Aua.
Bow your head.
I see everything. Let the show begin. Hey!
So easy. Interessant. So eine Art Ruine von Candria. Eine ziemlich gut erhaltene Candria-Ruine.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
Wenn ich raten müsste, wird er wohl gerade Navis Anschuldigung über sich ergehen lassen.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Hier stehen sogar Namen drauf.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
Weil sie vermutlich den Opfern der vermissten Fälle gehören.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That...
Gegenstände der Vermissten.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
Meine Güte, sind das viele.
Mixing in progress. Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa, there's even fruit-flavored synth?
Sieht aus, als würden sie hier Synth herstellen.
Yep, it's super obvious.
Ein ziemlich weit verbreiteter Trank, der über Trinke für kurze Zeit ein sehr angenehmes Erlebnis bietet. Na herrlich.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
Beruhige dich, Paimon.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before.
Ach was. Alles gut.
How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Ja, wir haben halt immer noch die Hoffnung, dass sie nicht wirklich tot sind. Wisst ihr aber, was das Perverseste daran ist? Soll ich das aussprechen? Nee, ich spreche es lieber nicht aus. Das Ziel der Forscher ist es, seiner einstigen Geliebten namens Venier zu helfen, die sich aufgelöst hatte.
So that's why he did all of these experiments.
Nein. Böse. Wenn ihr selber nicht auf diesen Gedanken kommt, dann muss ich ihn auch nicht aussprechen. Was? Auto-Updater? Weg damit. Wenn ihr selber nicht auf diesen Gedanken kommt, dann muss ich auch es nicht aussprechen.
Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
Welcher? Harry, welcher? Hier steht noch ein weiterer Name. Wacher. Welcher? Reacher?
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
Nein, er ist der Forscher.
You mean Vacher is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Ja, viele der Laborberichte tragen seine Unterschrift. Diese Stimme im Brunnen muss womöglich die von Venier gewesen sein.
So that's it! Vacher was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Wie alle anderen Teile meines Körpers kann ich die in Menschengestalt in der Größe ändern.
No, that's not it either. If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
Da muss noch mehr dahinter stecken.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Bei den... in einem der wie heißt das nochmal? In einem meiner YouTube-Videos, den Orbigals-Videos habe ich ihn, glaube ich, mal rausgeholt.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes.
Aber die normale Größe, die ich raushole, ist meistens so 1,5 Meter lang.
Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
Ja, der Punkt ist halt, warum ich den dann meistens draußen habe, ist, ich kann ja meine Hände in Krallen verwandeln und die wiegen dann jeweils um die 30 Kilo. Und wenn ich jetzt kein Gegengewicht nach hinten habe, kippe ich im Kampf um. Der Tail ist da so was wie ein Gegengewicht. Hust, hust. Das muss wohl etwas mit seinem Fall von damals zu tun haben.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with prove the existence of the third person, right?
Steht da noch etwas?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization.
Naja, ich bin ein Drache. Ich kann Teile meines Körpers verwandeln, damit sie drachiger aussehen oder komplett andere Formen haben.
The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand.
Kein Kommentar, Ari. Und ich habe schon gesagt, ich kann jeden Teil meines Körpers verändern.
He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely.
Theoretisch könnte ich den Ausmaß meines realen Schweifes annehmen. Das Problem ist, das Menschenherz könnte so einen riesigen Tail nicht mit Blut versorgen. Also genug Blut wäre da, weil das Blutvolumen würde auch größer werden. Aber Menschenherz zu klein im Vergleich zu einem 10 Meter Drachenschweif. Du verstehen? Kleiner Mensch mit 10 Meter Drachenschweif, nicht gut. Nicht gut für Herz.
I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
Die sind so ziemlich durchtrieben.
They're all just so evil.
Ah, das hat das hier. Aber irgendwas fehlt uns doch noch. Bücherregal haben wir bereits untersucht.
Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water.
Ich sag doch, Blut ist nicht das Problem. Blut, genauso wie mein Tail dann größer wird, wird auch das Blut mehr. Das Problem ist die Größe des Herzens. Das heißt, wenn mein Brustkorb nicht auch irgendwie 10-mal größer wird, kann ich das Steißbein nicht auch 1000-mal größer machen.
That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient.
Ja, das bedeutet auch, dieser kleine Teich besteht aus Mädels.
If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Nicht mal 30 Herzen würden was helfen dann. Weil doch 30 Herzen vielleicht. Aber ich könnte auch einfach ich könnte einfach meine gesamte Größe anpassen und einfach meine Drachengestalt anmachen. Also rausholen. Vielleicht das Wasser des Urmeers.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But...
Hallöchen, Alina. Danke, gute Nacht. Wer ist Wacher?
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Unsere Feinde sind wirklich sehr gerissen, aber vielleicht nicht gerissen genug. Sehen wir uns nochmal um.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
Ich kann auch einfach meine gesamte Drachengestalt rausholen. Das Herz in meiner Drachengestalt ist groß genug. Okay, gibt's hier noch was? Was soll es denn hier noch geben? Wir haben doch schon alles untersucht. Können wir jetzt abhauen? Gibt's doch nichts mehr, was ich nehme. Okay, soll ich hier bleiben? Die Lupe? Ah, die Lupe, die habe ich ja komplett vergessen.
carefully. We'll find something for sure.
Die Lupe habe ich komplett vergessen. Nach einer Weile.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
Paimon, ich habe hier etwas.
Oh, really? Let Paimon see. Verlieren. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
Was soll ich denn mit 50... Wo soll ich die Herzen überhaupt hinmachen? Denk mal ein bisschen herum.
Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
Schau dir mal diese Seite
She
an.
was so sweet too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Gute Nacht, Adina. Danke, dass du vorbeigeschaut hast. Schau dir mal diese Seite an. Sie hat sich Gedanken um einen Kindernamen gemacht. Okay, ich kann leider die Schrift nicht lesen.
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel.
Oh, seine Mutter.
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vache and Verlieren's grown son?
Ich habe die Antwort. Lass uns gehen, Paimon.
Hey!
Du hast es doch gerade
Still hasn't
ausgesagt.
figured it out yet?
Du hast es doch gerade eben gesagt, Paimon. Den du entschieden hast, den Hinweis zu gefunden hast, gehst du zum Paar und erklippst zurück.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vache? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
Oh, da ist jemand sauer.
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
Will jetzt quasi jetzt die Zeitnacht, wenn wir jetzt im Zeitnacht drin sind? Ja. Oder wie lange geht das noch? Du sagst also, dass du noch nie von Vacher gehört hast? Wie nennst du?
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Dass man Eva mal hört. Excuse me?
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything. After your lover, Verlieren, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you. You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache.
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vignier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignier. A promise. We made a promise. Vignier. Vignier! Please, Vignier. Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Wow.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Den Muelet alle Beweise zusammengetragen hat und die Wahrheit.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Lyney as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Lyney failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher.
Es wird wieder ein Charakter über den Star Rail gezogen.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Skandalös.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Navia.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner.
Ja. Ich sagte auch ja.
See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Jetzt schuldig. Was, wirklich schuldig?
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Der Graf wurde von der Oratrice für schuldig befunden. Was hat das damit nur auf sich?
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
Ja, das stimmt.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
Treffen wir ihn jetzt?
He's activating his spell legacy!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Der hat hier was drauf. Aber was meint ihr, ist da wirklich der Drache? Also seine Augen sind sehr drachig, muss ich schon sagen. Seine Augen erinnern mich irgendwie an meine. Oder meint ihr nicht?
Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Generell verdient ja, aber nicht in dem Fall.
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, the oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Wenn es sogar der oberste Richter nicht weiß, haben wir keine andere Wahl, als den Hydro-Archon selbst zu fragen.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it!
Denk noch mal drüber nach.
I don't know what happened there either. Hey, stop staring at me!
Du bist der Archon.
What does Lady Verena mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's impossible. Didn't she create the oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Und schon haben wir eine Staatskrise.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment!
Das glaube ich auch.
If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the oratrice's verdict.
Hat sie gerade den Verstand verloren?
Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
Toodaloo.
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Du weißt jedenfalls, wie du hier den Boden unter den Füßen wegziehen kannst.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Oh, Backe. Wir sollten auf jeden Fall mal sie besuchen. Ganz ehrlich, ich glaube, sie ist gar nicht mal so schlimm drauf, aber das ist eine Rolle, die man von ihr, vom Archon erwartet.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Du bist der Polizist, renn ihm hinterher.
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Er will uns fragen wegen ihrem...
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
So ist es. Ich habe sie getroffen.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
Es war beim Lucinbrunnen. Ich verließ mich auf meine Wahrnehmung des Hydroelements.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never... Please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Aha, hat gerade bestätigt, dass kein Mensch ist.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Der ist 100 Pro der Drache.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh Mann. Der ist definitiv der Drache. Oh, guck mal, wie Fröhlichkeit hüpft.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Ich habe damals das Wasser des Umers getrunken. Es hat meine Warnung für das Hydroelement erhöht.
And even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well?
Vacher.
Ah!
Yes, that's it. So you heard it too.
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vacher.
Vacher? Vacher.
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, what?
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vacher! Vignier!
Vacher? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vacher, if you ask me,
This world would be better off without you.
Wow.
What are you saying?
Hat sie alles mitbekommen?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vache. It's all because of you.
Okay. Das ist mal ein krasser Twist der Events. Oh, was?
You... Wait, you are not Verlieren. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Verlieren. I am the sacrifices.
Uh-oh.
Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Verlieren.
Why? But then, where is Verlieren?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became?
Ja?
You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Verlieren's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Verlieren's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
Als ich zum ersten Mal hierher kam, habe ich scheinbar auch nicht mit Verlieren gesprochen. Ob sie Marcel durch mich hierher locken wollte?
No! Verlieren! She can't hate me. Let me see her. Please, have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Verlieren. She really doesn't want to see you anymore.
Also doch die echte.
But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Uh-oh.
Vache. Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Oh, Backe. Später fand Jean-Marie heraus, dass Marcel der für das massenhafte Verschwinden der Mädchen war. Uff. Uff.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Spazieren gehen ist aber auch eine ziemliche Plackerei. Man läuft sich die Füße platt.
Ah, well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Seine. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come.
Vermutlich.
This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
Ob gewusst hat, wenn der Wasserdrache ist. Hat dann ein Gefühl für die ganzen Opfer? Für die Orkaniden? Konnte er auch? Das Hydroelement wird bei ihm am stärksten sein. Mit Abstand. Wenn ich das mir so ansehe, wie mit Nahida und dem Dendro-Dragon. Die Verbundenheit des Dendro-Dragons mit der Element ist um einiges höher als das, was Nahida hat. Ich glaube, unser lieber Hydro-Dragon wusste ganz genau, was passieren wird, wenn er zum Brunnen geht. Uff.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Es hat ein glückliches Ende gefunden.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clarande out for a meal.
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vacher's headquarters, Clarande gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarande wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave, and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Darf ich auch mitkommen?
We want to go too. We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Seit einigen Tagen regnet es ohne Unterbrechung.
This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't... Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days.
Deswegen regnet es auch seit Tagen.
That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Fliegen ist beim Anerbieten eines Grabes normalerweise nicht gestattet.
Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Dieser Gesichtsausdruck. Sie hat das wirklich geglaubt.
Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
Immer diese Leute, die gleich einpennen. Skandalös. Hallöchen, Herr Drache.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
Dann willkommen im Stream. Wir sind gerade im Schlussakt dieses Teils von Genshin Impact. Wie lange geht's eigentlich noch weiter? Hat jemand weitergespielt? Gibt es denn weiter? Oder müssen wir danach wieder ein paar Monate warten, bis der nächste Update erscheint? Der Typ ist in dem Spiel. Ich bin hier in der Wirklichkeit. Nach dem Motto, nach der Farbpalette könntest du auch sagen, ob ich mit Dwarlin verwandt bin. Der hat auch eine ähnliche Farbpalette. Also ich war kein... Was halt schwierig ist. Eigentlich gehe ich eher in die Feuerdrachen-Richtung. Das hier ist ein Wasserdrache. Das heißt, der hat vermutlich gar keine... das heißt, der ist eigentlich höchstwahrscheinlich mehr so wie eine Schlange, so wie unser Drache aus Sumeru. Bin ich also am Ende, Sophie? Über das Wasser des Urmeers.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the primordial sea. But what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Was ist Natlan?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land.
Hallöchen, Juli.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Nein. Kannst du die Bevorzugung, die Fontaine kursiert?
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good?
Nee, die andere. Ja, die.
Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Lyney that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
Two parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant, and stay on the watch for further signs.
Welche Loser? Ich schlaf nie die Zeit. Außerdem ist die Story gerade so interessant.
Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, She has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose. If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Über den Grafen Tolstoi.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
Na, über laufende Gerichtsverhandlungen darf man halt nichts sagen.
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it.
Das heißt, wurde vermutlich schuldig gesprochen, weil die Leute ihn für unschuldig halten.
Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness.
Nein. Nee, alle Drachen, nein. Wie soll ich das sagen? Ähnlich wie bei euch Menschen gibt es halt verschiedene Arten von Drachen. Nennen wir es einen deutschen Drachen, einen russischen Drachen, einen türkischen Drachen, einen französischen Drachen. Das sind halt verschiedene, ein japanischer Drache, ein asiatischer Drache. Es sind halt Drachen mit verschiedenen körperlichen, wie soll ich sagen? Wenn ihr zum Beispiel einen Deutschen und Chinesen könnt ihr eins untereinander auseinanderhalten. Der eine hat die Art von Gesicht, der andere die. An welchem Brunnen? Wusste ich nicht. Timo muss mir mal sagen, welchen Brunnen.
Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Aber wie gesagt, es gibt verschiedene Charakteristiken, die Menschen haben. Es gibt verschiedene Charakteristiken, die Drachen haben.
So when Lyney told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate. In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede. If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Hast du meine Schwester gesehen?
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
Eva, du solltest noch sagen, vor 500 Jahren.
If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
Nee, das wäre alles.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Alles gut.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
All right. You've got a point. Huh?
Ja, ich glaube auch.
Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Wobei, ich glaube, er weiß es wirklich nicht. Vermutlich kann er quasi nicht. Er geht davon aus, dass er, also Ether, ein normaler Mensch ist, der maximal 30 Jahre alt ist. Also geht er davon aus, dass seine Schwester auch um den Dreh ist. Maximal 20 Jahre älter oder jünger. Das heißt, er kann gedanklich nicht den Sprung machen, ne? Seine Schwester vor 500 Jahren mit ihm in Verbindung zu setzen. Das heißt, er muss nicht mal lügen. Dass unser lieber Song Li lügt? Klar. Nahida weiß nichts. Raiden wird vermutlich was wissen. Na gut. Sind wir fertig? Wieso? Wo bist du denn, Mina? Paimon? Eine Göttin der Zeit? Wie kommst du darauf, dass Paimon eine Göttin der Zeit ist? Constellation? Und Paimon hat dieselben. Seht ihr diese Sachen?
All the world holds dear is backdrop of.
Und jetzt nochmal Ether. Ja, seht ihr das? Ah, na dann viel Erfolg. Na dann viel Erfolg. Na gut, so oder so. Wir sind dann für heute fertig. Wir haben 1 Uhr nachts. Gibt's noch Fragen? Und nein, wir machen heute keinen 12-Stunden-Stream mehr. Schnief. Sind ja schon 5 Stunden. Ach so, ja, gut. Zum Brunnen können wir noch gehen. Zum Brunnen können wir noch gehen. Du... Welchen Brunnen meinst du? Ist der hier? Statue 7? Was soll mit Venti sein? Nee, hier ist kein Brunnen. Welchen Brunnen meinst du? Der Lucint? Den hier.
Behold!
Ich höre, dass ich nichts höre. Ach so, Hilfe. Details. Ihr habt nicht das Geringste gesehen.
Hello there.
Ich hab's gehört. Es hat Hallo der gesagt. Vanillein, danke für den Follow. Willkommen unter den Drachen.
Who
else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina?
Also ich höre nichts. Aber da hinten spricht jemand. Also ich habe nichts gehört. Und haben den Choleriker.
Who else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina? So interminable. So lonely.
I prefer magic, personally. I wonder where humans come from.
trial.
Schnauze da hinten.
Who else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina?
Genshin war schon immer Dieb. Aber Genshin mag es auch bei anderen Spielen zu klauen.
I prefer magic, personally.
I think the next one's a trial.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Someone help, please, no much longer. Madame ist kurz da zu brechen. Das hört sich nicht gesund an.
Next one's a trial.
Ah je.
I prefer magic, personally. If you're not sure what to do next,
I think the next one's a trial.
Leider, falscher Moment, um zu quatschen. Ja, das ist mir auch klar, dass sie sich wiederholt.
Who else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina?
Mhm, guck nicht so unschuldig. Ich hab dich im Auge.
I think the next one's a trial.
Wie die Kinder machen einen Sound.
I prefer magic, personally.
So lonely.
Who else deserves to take the stage more than Lady Farina?
I think the next one's a trial.
Ja, gut. Und so verlängert man einen Stream. Hahaha. Aha, und wo ist der 3 Millionen HP-Boss? Ist ja nicht so, dass ich gestern erst 12 Stunden gestreamt habe. Und jetzt bereits 5 Stunden. Habt ihr kein Mitleid mit mir? Hallöchen, Lena. Wieso frage ich? Ihr habt nie Mitleid mit mir. Schnief. Welcher Riesenskelett? Welches Riesenskelett? Was meinst du mit Riesenskelett? Ah, du meinst dieses Riesenskelett. Ganz oben auf dem Sand? Im Sand? Nee, das ist kein Skelett, oder? In der Richtung. Hey, da jetzt stell dich nicht so an. Nicht so. Norden? Da ist doch gar kein Sand. Was meinst du mit Sand? Ist da? Ne, ist ja auch egal. Aber wie winzig Fontaine ist, oder? Aber hier quasi Fontaine. Gerade mal. Ah, witzigerweise, Mondstadt ist gleich mal ein bisschen größer. Was ist das hier? Ja, was ist los, Sophie? Weise sieht das nicht mal so knochig aus, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Ja, ich muss noch so viel Zeug machen. Warte, gibt es eigentlich einen neuen... Lass mich schauen. Legendenauftrag. Ah, Lyney. Wow, wir haben noch so viele Legendenaufträge. Wir haben noch so viele Dating-Quests, die alle noch nicht gemacht sind. Ja, was ist los, Mina? Willkommen zurück, Ari. Nee, wir machen keinen Multiplayer mehr. Ist zu spät. Ist viel zu spät. Ich kann auch schnell die Dailies machen. Wieso soll ich die einen mit der Pfanne rüberziehen? Was ist jetzt wieder passiert? Seid nicht so dramatisch. Wie aber. Muss ich das Ding hier platt machen?
I see everything.
Illusion shattered.
Problem gelöst. Wieso? Weil es seit vorgestern passiert? Nee, das habt ihr voll lange nicht mehr gemacht. Haben wir nicht erst letztens Multiplayer gespielt und Evoli kam besoffen zurück? War das nicht erst gestern? Oder vorgestern? Ich weiß gar nicht mehr. Wir haben doch erst kürzlich Multiplayer gespielt. Was erzählt ihr denn? Ernsthaft, du warst schon drauf. Oh je. Ja gut, mich darfst du nicht um Rat fragen. Ich habe die einfachste Möglichkeit genommen, ich habe gekündigt. Ich keinen Bock mehr auf die Scheiße hatte. Ja, finde ich. Ich finde sie sehr nachvollziehbar. Was meint ihr? Ob sich die anderen Drachen auch in Menschen verwandeln können in Genshin? Die meisten Adepten können ja höchstwahrscheinlich, oder? Was stört dich denn gerade so extrem an der Arbeit? Also bei mir, was mich stört an der Arbeit, ist diese uralte Position, die sie als Grundlage nehmen. Ich soll da sein, auch wenn es keine Arbeit gibt. Und wenn, dann soll ich total bescheuerte, nutzlose Arbeit machen. So nach dem Motto, ja, bitte, siehst du diese Steine da rechts? Also das ist nur eine Metapher. Hier, siehst du diesen Haufen an Steinen da rechts? Trag ihn bitte nach links rüber, dort an den anderen Ort. Okay. Seltsam, dass ich in meiner Qualifikation sowas machen muss, aber okay, Auftrag ist Auftrag. Gut, ich bin fertig. Was soll ich jetzt machen? Ja, jetzt kannst du sie wieder zurücktragen. Was? Quasi, die geben mir Arbeit, die nutzlos ist, nur wegen der Arbeitswillen.
Shine down.
Ja, verschluckt.
That's far enough.
Hilfe.
Everyone hold hands.
Illusion shattered.
Search for it.
Nee, bei Kokumi glaube ich nicht, dass sie ein Drache ist.
Hey,
Shine down.
Squall Fury.
Ah, Hilfe. Verschluckt man sich nur ganz kurz und dann so eine Katastrophe. Ach, ich habe die täglichen Missionen schon fertig. Lol. Bin auf 30 Stunden runtergegangen. Wir sind nur noch 4 Leute im Service und die letzten Monate habe ich ständig fast 60 Stunden gearbeitet und bei den ganzen Hochzeiten steht immer noch 12 bis 14 Stunden Arbeit. Ich will nicht mehr Casio nicht. Und die Chefin scheint mir, seit meine Kollegin aus dem Krankenhaus ja, das Hollen wird so ähnlich wie ich aussehen, wenn ich ehrlich bin. Oder vermutlich wird er blaue Haare haben. Warte. Wie wird Wallen höchstwahrscheinlich aussehen? Ich habe doch eine Version von mir mit blauen Haaren. Ich schätze mal, Wallen sieht dann... Wartet, ich muss mal die Haarfarbe ändern. Warst du der blauhaarige? Nee, du warst der Überzeichnete. Du warst der mit dem Riesengeweih. Ja, Verwandlungen sind nicht so einfach. Lasst mir mal meine... Bin ich gerade verwirrt? Ach, interessant. Ich habe... Okay, ich bin gerade verwirrt. Verwirrend. Es kann sich nur um Stunden handeln. Ich muss den Zauber vorbereiten. Ich bin gerade maximal verwirrt. Hä? Hallo? Herzlichen Glückwunsch, ich bin verwirrt. Dann halt nicht. Hä, ich bin mir aber ziemlich sicher, dass ich das noch drauf hatte. Sehr seltsam. Sehr, sehr seltsam. Dann halt nicht. Egal. So. Nee. Ich weiß nicht, was ihr meint. Egal. Wo waren wir stehen geblieben? Gut. Tägliche Missionen müssen noch Belohnung abholen.
Quit following me.
Aber ja, Mina, das kann ich voll und ganz verstehen.
Add Astra. Thank you for
Das ist aber genau der Punkt. Das ist dasselbe
Astra.
Problem, was ich auch habe, Mina. Die erwarten da quasi eine Leistung für den Preis XY, sind aber nicht bereit, mit dem Preis hochzugehen. Der Hauptgrund, warum du keine Entlastung bekommst, beziehungsweise keine anderen sich bewerben, ist, weil das Gehalt unten ist. Irgendwas sagt mir, du verdienst für die Zeit, die du arbeitest, verdammt wenig. Wenn man deinen Stundenlohn mal quasi runterrechnet, für diese 60 Stunden, die du in der Woche arbeitest, wirst du vermutlich irgendwas bei 5 Euro sein oder sowas, also weit unter gesetzlichem Mindestlohn. Gute Nacht, Jace Gaming Cat. Aber wie gesagt. Ja, mach mal. Ich halte es für unwahrscheinlich. Zhongli gehört zu dieser Welt. Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt, was Mina schreibt. Du bekommst das für... Also, vertraglich zugesichert hast du eine 30-Stunden-Woche, oder? Habe ich das richtig verstanden? Aber du arbeitest auf das Doppelte. Ist das brutto oder netto? Ja, gut. Boah, wenn man dann darauf, ja, ist halt, du bist, das ist halt der Punkt, warum ich auch gekündigt habe. Das ist 1:1 der Punkt, warum ich gekündigt habe. Die ganzen Chefs, die leben noch in den Vorstellungen vor 20 Jahren. Vor 20 Jahren hat aber ein Döner noch 1, 2 Euro gekostet. Das macht man sich gar nicht klar. Vor 20 Jahren hat vor 20 Jahren, das ist ja 2003. Das muss man sich mal vorstellen. Die leben nicht in der Welt vor 20 Jahren, die leben vor der Welt vor 30 oder 40 Jahren, wo ein Döner 1, 2 Euro gekostet hat. Und nach dieser Vorstellung wollen sie weiterhin Geld zahlen. Aber die sehen halt nicht, dass ein Döner, oder ist es ihnen egal, dass ein Döner mittlerweile das 10-fache kostet. Für einen guten Döner musst du locker 6 bis 8 Euro zahlen heutzutage. Wenn nicht sogar 10 Euro. Ich hatte jetzt das Problem vor einem halben Jahr, als das mit der Inflation war und so, und es um die Gehaltsverhandlungen ging. Ich so, ja gut, ich weiß, es ist halt wirtschaftlich gerade schlecht und so, aber so wenigstens die Inflation will ich ja wieder raushaben. Und am Endeffekt hat er mir keine Gehaltserhöhung gezahlt, sondern einfach nur eine Inflationsausgleichsprämie, die irgendwie zur Hälfte vom Bund finanziert ist, gezahlt? Wo ich mir da sitze und denke, ja gut, herzlichen Glückwunsch. Dir ist es absolut unwichtig, dass ich als Angestellter für dich loyal bleibe, weil dir es scheißegal ist, dass ich meine Rechnungen da nicht bezahlen kann. Bei uns wird der Döner davon jetzt von dem Deutschen geführt. Es wird alles teurer. Wenn ich mir auch die Geschichten von meinem Großvater oder so anhöre, wenn er sagt, ja, damals hat ein Brötchen so ein paar Pfennig gekostet. Und jetzt zahlst du für ein Brötchen 50 Cent. Das ist 1000% Preisaufschlag. Das kann man vergessen. Man sagt immer, ja, die alten Leute, die die übertreiben es immer mit dem, dass damals alles so billig war. Nein, das kannst du vergessen. Und die ganzen Arbeitgeber, die leben noch in der Vorstellung von vor 40 Jahren. Und die leben darin, weil es für sie halt profitabel ist, weil sie dann nur so auf der Grundlage. Ja, soll ich euch den Hauptgrund nennen, warum ich eigentlich gekündigt habe? Weil in den Gehaltsverhandlungen mein Chef dann zu mir gesagt hat, ja, du verdienst schon so viel, das wäre unfair den anderen gegenüber, wenn du noch mehr bekommen sollst. Also weil die anderen so wenig bekommen, ist es unfair, dass ich normal bekomme. Verstehe ich das richtig? Als er den Satz gedroppt hat, wusste ich, ich habe in diesem Unternehmen keine Zukunft. Habe dann trotzdem noch ein halbes Jahr da gearbeitet und boah, kein Bock mehr. Ja, das ist die andere Sache. Die Mieten sind so pervers hochgegangen. Also in unserer Welt, wenn du als Angestellter versuchst zu arbeiten, du wirst über kurz oder lang verarscht. Und dann muss man sich auf TikToks oder sonst wo anhören, dass, ja, die Jugend ist nicht bereit zu arbeiten oder hart zu arbeiten oder mal in den sauren Apfel zu beißen. Doch, sind wir, aber wir lassen uns schlicht und ergreifend nicht verarschen. Sorry, das, was ihr macht, also die Chefs, die sich beschweren, ja, ihr seid nicht bereit, normal zu arbeiten. Nö, wir sind nicht bereit, uns von euch verarschen zu lassen, weil ihr zu eurer Zeit viel mehr bekommen habt in Relation. Der einzige Grund, warum die Inflation nicht durch die Decke geht, ist, weil die Technik hochgegangen ist und sowas wie Plasmabildschirme oder LCD oder Festplatten mit in die Inflation reinrechnet. Wenn man das jetzt rausrechnen würde, wäre die Inflation heutzutage bei um die 20%, wenn nicht sogar 30%. Okay, Frage in den Chat. Weiß jeder von euch, was Inflation ist? Alle, die wissen, was Inflation ist, plus in den Chat. Alle, die es nicht wissen, minus in den Chat. Ist überhaupt noch hier? Okay, Sophie weiß es. Okay, Inflation ist ganz einfach erklärt. Sagen wir mal, okay, ich erkläre es trotzdem. Sagen wir mal, du machst eine Aufgabe, du erfüllst einen Auftrag und kriegst dafür ein Gehalt von 100 Euro. Okay, Sophie? Sophie, keine Sorge. Die anderen sagen nur, dass sie es verstehen, aber sie verstehen es nicht. Du bist einfach nur ehrlich. Wenn die anderen verstehen würden, was Inflation wirklich heißt, würden die auf die Barrikaden gehen. Also keine Sorge, Sophie. Die anderen sagen nur, sie verstehen es, aber sie verstehen es nicht. Also, Sophie, ganz einfach. Sagen wir mal, du machst eine Aufgabe und kriegst dafür eine Belohnung 100 Euro. Für diese 100 Euro kannst du 10 Döner kaufen, okay? Du machst etwas, du erarbeitest etwas und kriegst dafür eine Summe, in diesem Fall 100 Euro. Für diese 100 Euro kriegst du 10 Döner. Das heißt, sagen wir mal einfach mal, ein Döner kostet 10 Euro. Egal, ob es stimmt oder nicht, egal. Jetzt kommt durch die Krise vom letzten Jahr eine Inflation von 10%. Das bedeutet, du hast 100 Euro. Letztes Jahr hättest du dir noch 10 Döner kaufen können und jetzt kannst du dir nur noch 9 Döner kaufen. Es ist immer noch 100 Euro, die du in der Hand hast. Aber durch die Inflation kannst du dir weniger davon kaufen. Weil die anderen die Preise erhöhen müssen wegen der Inflation. Und sie erhöhen sie halt um die Inflation, mindestens. Das heißt, letztes Jahr hättest du dir damals noch Döner gekauft, hättest du 10, jetzt hast du 9. Ein Jahr später, dasselbe Spiel wieder, wenn wieder eine starke Inflation ist, kriegst du nur noch 8 Döner. Ich habe es jetzt ganz einfach gemacht, Ari. Das ist jetzt ganz, ganz einfach. Das heißt, jedes Jahr kannst du für das, was du vor einem Jahr noch gekriegt hast, weniger kaufen. Man könnte also sagen, dein Geld vergammelt, wenn du es nicht ausgibst. Die Menschen haben eine Vergammlung ins Geld eingefügt. Wenn du es nicht sofort einkaufst, wird es nichts mehr wert. Das ist Inflation. Das bedeutet, wenn du jeden Tag arbeitest und jeden Monat ein Gehalt bekommst, ist jedes Jahr dein Gehalt weniger wert und du kannst dir für dieselbe Arbeit, die du machst, weniger kaufen. Ja, das ist unser Wirtschaftssystem. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Soll ich die. So, haben alle Inflation verstanden? Wollt ihr wissen, warum es weniger wert wird? Wer von euch will wissen, warum es weniger wert ist? Oder weiß jemand, warum es weniger wert wird? Es ist ganz einfach und logisch, warum es weniger wert wird. Ach sieh, ich dachte, du weißt es. Ganz einfach. Sagen wir mal, wir sind in einer Welt, in der es kein Geld gibt. Okay? Wir sind in einer Welt, es gibt kein Geld. Ja, das sind diese halbgaren Antworten. Ich sage jetzt die richtige Antwort. Wir sind in einer Welt ohne Geld. Dann kommt jemand auf die Idee, okay, ich gebe dir Geld, ich druck das Geld, aber ich druck es gegen Zinsen. Das heißt, ich gebe dir 100 Euro.
Hello there.
Offi, danke für den Follow. Willkommen unter den Drachen. Also, ich gebe dir 100 Euro, aber in einem Jahr will ich 110 Euro zurückhaben. Sagst du, geil, okay, machen wir. Oder nee, machen wir es sogar noch einfacher. 100 Euro und er will 101 Euro zurückhaben. 1% Zinsen, wo kriegst du sowas? Angebot deines Lebens. Da kann ich auch 1000 Euro nehmen und nur 10 Euro zurückzahlen. Okay, ein Jahr später, er will jetzt die 110 Euro zurückhaben oder die 101 Euro. Wie machst du das? Wie zahle ich ihm die 110 Euro zurück oder die 101 Euro? Das einzige Geld, was existiert, sind die 100 Euro, die er mir verliehen hat. Aber er will jetzt 110 Euro zurückhaben. Wie geht das? Eichenhoffi. Ja, ganz einfach, du nimmst einen neuen Kredit auf. Das heißt, um im nächsten Monat 100 Euro zu haben, musst du einen neuen Kredit von 210 Euro aufnehmen. Dann kannst du ihm seine 110 Euro zurückzahlen und du hast immer noch 100 Euro. Versteht ihr das? Wir sind in einer Welt, es gibt kein Geld. Das erste Geld, was ja, gut. Aber wie gesagt, wir sind in einer Welt ohne Geld. Er gibt dir 100 Euro und du sollst am Ende des Jahres 110 zurückgeben. Das heißt, du musst im nächsten Jahr 210 mindestens abheben, damit du ihm seine 110 zurückgeben kannst und du 100 Euro hast. Das Problem ist, jetzt gibt es auf der Welt nicht 100 Euro, sondern 210. Oder sagen wir einfach mal 200 Euro. Das heißt, das, was du hast, ist nur noch die Hälfte nur noch halb so viel wert. Versteht ihr das? Machen wir es ganz einfach. Sagen wir mal, du willst dir einen Apfel kaufen. Du kaufst dir einen Apfel, hast kein Geld, du nimmst von ihm 100 Euro. Und in einem Jahr musst du das zurückgeben. Also die 110 Euro. Und diese 100 Euro sind halt das, was der Apfel an Wert hat. Nach einem Jahr heißt es halt wieder diese 210 Euro, 110 zurück. Aber der Apfel, ist jetzt 200 Euro wert. Das heißt, deine 100 Euro sind nur noch die Hälfte wert. Aber okay, jetzt wird's verwirrend. Egal. Ich bin niemals fertig. Also, Schlussstrich. Inflation. Das Geld wird weniger wert, weil zwangsweise immer mehr gedrückt wird. Und es muss immer mehr gedruckt werden, weil es mehr Geld gibt. Es gibt mehr Schulden als Geld. Diese verrückte Logik müsst ihr euch erstmal klar werden. Wenn man alles Geld auf der Welt nehmen würde und es zurückzahlen würde, gäbe es nicht genug, um die Schulden zu begleichen. Weil es gibt immer mehr Schulden als Geld. Und jedes Jahr muss mehr Geld ausgeliehen werden, um die Schulden zu begleichen. Wartet. Wo ist das? Was war das? X hoch 2? So, hier. Naja, gut, ich glaube, das wird zu tief ins Materie gehen, wenn ich euch das noch erklären werde. Naja, so oder so. Ja, aber du hast nicht den Grund gesagt, warum so viel gedruckt wird. Den habe ich euch gerade erklärt. So, wisst ihr, was der eigentliche Witz an der Sache ist? Wisst ihr, was der eigentliche Witz an der Sache ist? Es ist ein quadratisches Wachstum. Das heißt, dadurch, dass es mehr Geld als davor gibt und es immer mehr Neues ausgeliehen werden hat, ist es eine quadratische Funktion. Das heißt, die Steigung wird immer stärker und 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 stärker. Das heißt, hier ist quasi, wie soll ich machen? Also 1, 2, sagen wir mal, das sind 10 Jahre. 10 Jahre, 20 Jahre, 30 Jahre, 40 Jahre, 50 Jahre, 60 Jahre, 70 Jahre. Und das hier ist dann die Geldmenge in Millionen. Oder Milliarden oder Billiarden, keine Ahnung. Also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also das ist jetzt das sagen wir, das ist in Milliarden, ja? Also hier, nach 10 Jahren haben wir knapp 1 Milliarde. Nach 2 Jahren haben wir nochmal 1 Milliarde. Nee, das ist weniger. Also nach 0,2 Milliarden sagen wir einfach mal, dann hier 0,8 Milliarden, dann hier schon mehr. Nach nochmal 10 Jahren haben wir viel mehr. Nach 70 Jahren haben wir noch viel mehr. Das nennt man ein exponentielles Wachstum. Oh, Ari, das ist noch nicht. Das ist, wenn du davon schon Angst hast, dann solltest du jetzt wirklich weil jetzt kommt die Logik dahinter. Aua, wo man wirklich Angst haben sollte. Also, haben alle verstanden. Je exponentielles, was exponentielles Wachstum ist, ganz einfach. Quadratisches Wachstum zum Beispiel. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. Jetzt hört mal auf, aua. 256, 512, 1024, 2048, 4096. Okay, lassen wir das kleine Kram weg. Aber ihr merkt, es wird jedes Mal doppelt so viel wie davor. Habt ihr das verstanden? Das ist quadratisches Wachstum. Haben das alle verstanden? Es wird immer um ein gewisses Maß verdoppelt sich der Betrag. Hat das jemand nicht verstanden? Vielleicht dürfte es, wenn ich das aufschreibe. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 32, 64, 128. Da gibt es dieses, kennt ihr das Rätsel, nicht das Rätsel, die Geschichte mit dem Schmied, der seine Bezahlung in Reiskörnern haben wollte? Ein Schmied ging, ja, ich mache dir diesen Auftrag, aber ich will gern in Reiskörnern bezahlt werden. Und für jedes Feld auf einem Schachbrett verdoppelst du die Anzahl der Reiskörner. Kennt ihr diese alte Geschichte? Der König hat sich, was? Du willst nur ein paar Reiskörner? Nur so viele, wie auf diesem Schachbrett draufpassen? Kein Problem, machen wir. Warte, das muss ich raussuchen. Das muss ich raussuchen. King Rice Chess Board. Ist ein Bild dazu? Zum Beispiel dieses hier. Warte, oder kann ich mal. Aua, jetzt hört auf mich zu bonken. Ihr mit eurem Sign-up for free. Lasst mich in Ruhe. Ich versuche gerade rauszufinden, die richtigen Zahlen. Immer diese. Ah, Hilfe. Hey, ja, wir erzählen dir gerne die Geschichte, aber schließe ein Konto bei uns ab und gib uns deine Daten. Das sieht schön aus. Das sieht schön aus. Hier, guckt mal hier. Also, wie gesagt, der Schmied hat gesagt, okay, wir machen es, aber jedes Feld verdoppelst du die Anzahl der Reiskörner, okay? Der König, oder anders gefragt, würdet ihr dieses Angebot machen, ne? Irgendjemand will was sehr Einfaches von euch und erwartet von euch die Bezahlung in Reiskörnern oder irgendwas anderes, was komplett billig ist. Von mir ist auch Sandkörner. Also Sand, irgendwas, was ihr auf dem Strand habt. Würdet ihr ihm dann diese Bezahlung geben, wenn er verlangt, für jedes Feld auf dem Schachbrett will er die Anzahl von Sandkörnern verdoppelt haben? Nee, lass mal alleine. Mhm. Weil der Punkt ist, der König hat nur ein paar Reiskörner. Kein Problem. Hier. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 32.000, 8,3 Millionen hier unten. Ich weiß gar nicht mal, wie man das mal ausspricht. Warte, wir sind hier bei 1000 Millionen, 10 Millionen, 33 Millionen, 67 Millionen, 114, 30 Millionen. Mega. Million. Nein, wir sind hier schon bei Mega. Giga. Theta. Beta. Ah. Ja, haut ab mit eurem komischen. Also irgendwie, das ist dann ungefähr das Gewicht einer Erdkugel aus Reis. Keine Ahnung, ob das hinkommt. Also, haben alle das Prinzip des, also ihr werdet es nicht verstehen, Menschen können es nicht sich nichts darunter vorstellen, in exponentiellen Wachstum. Wie Menschen rechnen. Sie verdoppeln das eine Zeit lang und dann machen sie eine große Zahl, rechnen plus, aber ihr seid da weit weg. Haben alle verstanden, dass exponentielles Wachstum scheiße ist und alles immer wieder verdoppelt wird? Und dass am Ende eine pervers große Zahl ist. Und am Ende ein Jahr später, diese Zahl sich nochmal um ein Vielfaches vergrößert. Haben das alle verstanden? Weil jetzt kommen wir halt zu dem bösen Geheimnis dieser Welt. Jetzt kommen wir zum bösen Geheimnis dieser Welt. Alle bereit? Haben das alle verstanden? Haben alle exponentielles Wachstum verstanden? Oder quadratisches Wachstum in dem Fall. Und jetzt kommen wir zum bösen Teil der Welt. Alle bereit? Wenn das unser Geldsystem ist und die Menge an Geld, die es auf unserer Welt gibt, ist, dann muss dieser Menge an Geld ein Gegenwert an Waren existieren. Das heißt, wenn du 100 Euro hast und deine Wirtschaft daraus besteht, dass du 10 Kartoffeln hast, oder 100 Kartoffeln, sagen wir einfach mal, du hast 100 Kartoffeln und 100 Euro. Das ist deine gesamte Welt oder deine gesamte Weltwirtschaft. Wenn du ein Jahr später 200 Euro hast, hast du zwei Möglichkeiten. Entweder deine Kartoffeln werden doppelt so teuer, halb so viel teuer. Also warte. Datei, neu, weg damit. Also wir haben 100 Kartoffeln und die kosten 100 Euro. Nach einem Jahr, wenn die Weltwirtschaft dann, lassen wir mal Zinsen weg, mehr oder weniger, 200 Euro ist und du immer noch 100 Kartoffeln hast, hier kostet eine Kartoffel 1 Euro. Also eine Kartoffel kostet 1 Euro. Ja? Hier kostet eine Kartoffel bereits 2 Euro. 300 Euro. 100 Kartoffeln. 3 Euro. Das nennt man jetzt Inflation. Um dem entgegenzuwirken, braucht man also mehr Waren. Das heißt, für 300 Euro musst du einen Gegenwert haben von mindestens 300 Kartoffeln. Das heißt, es gibt eine Verbindung zwischen dem Angebot der Waren und dem Geldwert. Wird der Geldwert zu groß, verliert er an Wert. Wird das Angebot der Waren zu hoch, hat man eine Deflation. Haben alle diese Verbindung verstanden? Weil jetzt wird's pervers. Das ist noch nicht der perverse Teil. Jetzt wird's erst pervers. Alle haben den Teil verstanden? Gut, und jetzt kommen wir zum perversen Teil. Dadurch, dass unser Geldsystem sich automatisch immer wieder vervielfältigt, das heißt 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. Und das ist das Geld jetzt. Das ist jetzt die Geldebene. Brauchen wir auch eine größere Anzahl an Produkten? Das heißt, wenn wir 500 Milliarden an Euros haben, brauchen wir auch 500 Milliarden an Kartoffeln, damit der Wert gleich bleibt. Geld kann exponentiell wachsen. Wisst ihr, was unser Problem ist? Geld kann exponentiell wachsen, das ist nur eine Zahl. Das ist kein Problem. Wir können unendlich viel Geld haben. Das ist kein Problem. Wisst ihr, was wir nicht unendlich haben können? Kartoffeln. Oder in dem Fall Gegenleistung an Wirtschaft. Wir haben einen Planeten. Das heißt, in dem Moment, wo die Produktion, die Wirtschaft nicht mehr herkommt mit dem Geldwachstum, in dem Moment stürzt alles zusammen. Und euer Geld ist nichts mehr wert. Dann gibt es eine Währungsreform. Wisst ihr, wie eine Währungsreform aussieht? Ich kann euch ein Beispiel geben. Moment. Wir hatten das schon. Wir hatten dieses Problem in der Vergangenheit. Nee. Schlimmer. Schlimmer. Mark und Euro ist ein Fliegenschiss. Das hier ist meine alte Heimatstadt Singen. In Singen gibt es die Scheffelbrücke, diese kleine, unscheinbare Brücke, die maximal 10 Meter lang ist. Seht ihr das? Damals kostete ein Brötchen eine deutsche Reichsmark. Danach kam das, dieses exponentielle Wachstum, was ich euch beschrieben habe. Ja? Unendliches Wachstum des Geldes. Was meint ihr? Eine normale Brücke, so eine Brücke, die kostet in unserer Zeit, sagen wir, 250.000, ja? 250.000. Komm, seien wir gnädig, sagen wir, so eine schöne Brücke kostet 1 Million Euro. Die ist aus Stein, die ist toll, die hält ewig, die hält hier schon 100 Jahre, okay? 1 Million Euro. Was meint ihr, wie viel sie danach, nach so einer Hyperinflation, kurz vor dem Zusammenbruch gekostet hat? Schätzungen? Hat jemand eine Idee? 1:4, das Vierfache, 5 Millionen. Kann jemand diese Zahl vorlesen? Kann ich das irgendwie anders machen? So. Zählen wir zusammen. Also, ab hier sind 1000. Hallo? Hier. Ab hier sind 1000. Ab hier ist 1.000.000. Ab hier ist 1 Milliarde. Ab hier ist 1 Billiarde. Ab hier ist 1 Trilliarde. Also eine Brücke, die in diesem Fall, sagen wir mal, 100.000 Mark maximal gekostet hat. Vermutlich hat sie, ja, 100.000 Mark ist realistisch. Also hat danach 1,5 Trilliarden gekostet. Und zwischen 100.000, von mir aus auch 1 Million, da lagen ein paar Jahre. Von ein paar Jahren ist die Kosten explodiert von 1 Million Mark zu 1,5 Trilliarden. Und jetzt kommt der Witz. Jetzt kommt der Witz. Stellt euch vor, ihr habt euer Leben lang gearbeitet. Ihr habt es geschafft, zu der Zeit, sagen wir, ihr habt es geschafft, 1 Million Mark zu sparen. Vermutlich schafft ihr es, 50.000 Mark zusammen zu sparen. Aber hier 1 Million. Und dann kommt eine Hyperinflation. Wisst ihr, was ihr dann für eure 1 Million Mark bekommt? Für das, wo ihr euer ganzes Leben gearbeitet habt? Eure Lebensleistung. Die Leistung eines ganzen Lebens. Nach einer Hyperinflation. Ein Brötchen. Vielleicht ein halbes Brötchen. Eure Lebensleistung wäre ein halbes Brötchen wert. Es gab, warte, da gibt es doch auch so schöne Bilder. Gibt es doch so schöne Bilder. Da gibt es so schöne Bilder. Hier, Leute, Kinder, die mit 10.000er Scheinen, weil die nichts, das sind 10.000 Mark. Kinder, die damit Bauklötze gespielt haben, weil es absolut nichts mehr wert war. Für diesen Haufen Geld haben sie nicht mal ein Brötchen mehr bekommen. Hier, eure Bezahlung für einen Tag. Ein riesiger Kiste voller Geld, das nutzlos war. Hier. Ein Brötchen für 1 Billion Mark. Geil, oder? Also ein Brot. Okay, fairerweise, das ist ein Laib Brot. Für 1 Billion Mark. Ist doch geil, oder? Und das ist auch eine tolle Brücke. Also man kann sagen, was man will, das ist doch eine tolle Brücke, oder? Die sollte schon mal 1,5 Trilliarden wert sein. Die Scheffelbrücke ist eine etwa 20 Meter lange Straßenbrücke über die Radolfzeller Aach in baden-württembergischer Stadt Singen-Hohenfiehl. Sie wurde während der Inflationszeit 1923 gebaut und kostete laut Unschrift 1,5 Milliarden Mark. Okay. Sie wird als die teuerste Brücke der Welt bezeichnet. Und als Relation. Hier habt ihr für Leute, wir arbeiten hier in einer Welt, deren Finanzsystem, versteht mich nicht falsch, das ist kein Fehler, den noch niemand mitbekommen hat. Das ist Absicht. Unser Geldsystem ist mit Absicht so gebaut. Das ist kein Fehler. Das ist altes Wissen. Noch Fragen? Das ist eine schöne Statistik, wie viele Hyperinflation es gab. Das passiert regelmäßig auf der Welt. Naja, noch Fragen? Aber das ist auch der Knackpunkt, warum Chefs nicht Geld zahlen wollen. Noch Fragen? Okay, bevor ich euch komplett verzweifeln lasse. Es gibt Möglichkeiten, dem entgegenzuwirken. Es hat einen Knackpunkt. Es gibt eine Möglichkeit, in gewisser Weise dem entgegenzuwirken. Soll ich das euch auch erzählen, wenn wir schon mal dabei sind? Bevor ich euch komplett verzweifeln lasse. Das Geldsystem ist exponentiell. Das Warensystem auch. Nehmen wir mal unser Brotbeispiel, okay? Sagen wir mal, hier kostet ein Laib Brot 10 Euro. Hier wird es dann das Brot dann 1 Billion kosten. Ja? Sagen wir einfach mal, schauen wir mal das Brot in einer anderen Perspektive an. Das ist jetzt die Perspektive Geldsystem beginnt, das ist Start. Das ist Ende. Ja? Man kann es aber auch anders betrachten, okay? Start. Ende. Start. Ende. Start. Ende. Versteht ihr es? Start. Ende. Wenn ihr euch also hier hier oder hier ein Brot kauft, oder von mir aus auch hier, es behält seinen Wert. Hier wird es dann so viel wert sein, hier wird es dann so viel wert sein. Also, wo ihr es... Okay, Brot ist ein schlechtes Beispiel, das vergammelt. Brot ist ein schlechtes Beispiel. Sagen wir mal, aber ihr habt hier euch ein Haus gekauft für 1 Million, okay? Noch ein paar Nullen dazu. Hier wird es da zwar weniger wert sein, aber es wird nichts wert sein. Es wird niemals nichts wert sein. Ja, ja. Was ich damit sagen will, am Ende eines Zykluses, dieser Zyklus dauert in der Regel irgendwas zwischen 40 und 100 Jahren. Nein, kann ich nicht. Dieser Also, ihr braucht etwas, was nicht verfault in der Hinsicht. Sei es ein Gebäude, sei es Wertanlagen. Weil in dem Falle der Scheffelbrücke, ja, die Scheffelbrücke hat 1,5 Trilliarden oder Billiarden gekostet. Danach gab es die, warte. Wie war das? Egal. Ne, das ist kein Mathe, das ist quasi Grundprinzipien der Wirtschaft. Also, ihr braucht etwas, was losgelöst ist vom Geld. Sagen wir am Anfang, ihr kauft euch ein Haus für 1 Million, 1 M. Danach wird es zwar hier bereits 2 Millionen kosten. Hier würde dasselbe Haus dann 16 Millionen kosten. Aber wenn es dann abstürzt, habt ihr immer noch das Haus. Das hat immer noch seinen Wert. Es wird dann nur eine andere Währung geben. Verstehen alle dieses Prinzip? Also man kann diesem Horror aus dem Weg gehen. Haben das alle verstanden? Also die Lage ist nicht hoffnungslos. Wenn ihr wisst, was ihr machen könnt und müsst, könnt ihr sogar relativ gut durchkommen. Was ist denn deine Frage, Sophie? Hilfe, ich brauche was zu trinken. Ich bin ganz schlecht. Ich habe eine 3 oder 4 in Mathe. Mit Mathe könnt ihr mich jagen. Kara und Kasi sind die richtige, dieselbe Person. Das heißt, wenn du sie fragst, fragst du auch mich. Also, noch Fragen? Noch ernst gemeinte Fragen? Nee. Mit Mathe kannst du mich jagen. Analysis ist eine Katastrophe. Es gibt eine alte Faustregel. Leute, die Stochastik verstehen, verstehen kein Mathe und umgekehrt. Ratet mal, was ich verstehe. Abgelehnt, du bist zu jung. Ohne die Katze vielleicht. Na dann. Sowas wie eine Mathe-Schwäche gibt es nicht. Es gibt nur Leute, die es dir nicht erklären können. Heuchenpanda. Aber die Mina, die Katze, ist doch dann nicht mehr im Bett. Na gut. Na gut. Ah, na dann. Aber auf jeden Fall, das ist der Hintergrund, warum die Löhne nicht steigen. Weil die Leute die Löhne nicht steigen lassen wollen. Es gibt keine Mathe-Schwäche, es gibt nur Inkompetenz im Unterrichten. Das heißt, deine Lehrerin ist schlicht und ergreifend zu inkompetent, es dir beizubringen. Ja, immer doch. Wir hatten hier gerade eine Wirtschaftskunde-Stunde. Schlimm. Aber wie gesagt, um zum Anfang des Gesprächs zu gehen, das ist auch der Hauptgrund, einer der Hauptgründe, warum ich gekündigt habe. Wollt ihr einen anderen Witz hören zu der Sache? Vor 5 Jahren oder so war ich bei einer psychologischen Hilfe, weil ich quasi nicht mehr weiter wusste, die Welt nicht verstanden habe und habe mich halt bei einer Psychologin auf die Couch gestellt. Und sie hat mich gefragt, warum ich eigentlich mit der Welt so am Ende... Hilfe. Panda, danke für die 5 Bits. Hilfe. Also, wie gesagt, vor 5 Jahren habe ich mich dann bei der Therapeutin, Psychologin auf die Couch gelegt und sie hat mich gefragt, warum ich denn so quasi so wenig Zukunftsfreude und so viel Angst vor der Zukunft habe. Na, dann habe ich ihr alles erzählt und erklärt. Sie hat mir dann irgendwie angedichtet, ja, ich leide unter, das sind alles nur Verschwörungstheorien und ziemlich viel davon, hiervon. Nee, das ist ganz ungesund, das muss man therapieren. Sie leiden unter Realitätsflucht, irgendwie sowas. Das muss weg. Ich gucke sie so an. Ihnen ist schon klar, dass ich quasi Ihnen die Geschäftsordnung der EZB, Ihrer zentralen Bank, erklärt habe. Und Sie das als eine Verschwörungstheorie abgetan haben. Nee, sowas kann. Nee, also, damit brauchen Sie mir nicht kommen. Ich habe studiert. Nein, jetzt, Sie haben ganz andere Probleme und. Verstehe ich es richtig? Sie erklären mich für verrückt, weil ich Ihnen erklärt habe, wie Ihre Zentralbank funktioniert. Okay. Bye, bye. Ich suche mir eine andere Die dachte wirklich, ich fantasiere ihr was von Verschwörungstheorie zusammen. Also, ja, ich war... ja, danke. Ah, und wie willst du mir helfen, Hari? Du willst immer kuscheln. So. Also. Ja, das nennt man Bulimie lernen. Die Schule, das dämlichste, was es auf unserer Welt gibt. Da bleibe ich dabei bei diesem Statement. Na gut. Kann ich euch noch was letztes Gutes tun, bevor wir den Stream beenden? Und dann ins Bett gehen? Wieso hast du denn aufgehört? Hört sich nach einem krisensicheren Beruf an. Gut. Sei es drum. Dann würde ich sagen, vielen Dank, dass ihr heute dabei wart. Wir beenden erstmal den TikTok-Stream. Dann gut nach TikTok. Und ja. Dann gute Nacht zusammen. Bye, bye. Träumt was Schönes. Kommt gut durch den morgigen Tag. Wir sehen uns dann morgen wieder zum nächsten Stream. Dann bye, bye. Und ich schicke euch mal zu unserer lieben Fee Lyney. Na dann. Ciao, ciao.